for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please also allow me to stand on the protocols that were observed yesterday, as and when they need to be amended. I will add them. So thank you very much for that. So yesterday we had a number of both inspiring addresses that didn't just inspire us, but really called us to action. We had a panel that sparked more conversations that spilled then over to some of our breakout rooms. And we managed to go into various breakouts, and it was clear that the room had vested interest. And I'd like to believe that even today there's a room full of people that have a vested interest in ensuring that we have robust recommendations that we're taking forward to the G20. Our program this morning will not necessarily have a lot of speeches or particular addresses. I think how today's program for plenary has been structured is that we're going to put a lot of emphasis on us actually working and finding ourselves in terms of finding synergies across the task forces. So that's going to be a good chunk of our program. We will have a panel again today, but there won't be a lot of opening remarks or opening addresses in particular. But for us then to get the ball rolling, I think it's only good that we have a reflection or a time of reflection for all that transpired yesterday. And I think it's no better that it's done by our SU20 chair, Mr. Vuyan Chachani. Can we please welcome him as he makes his way up?
It's always a challenge, this. Can we try and lower it before I break it here? Okay, all right. No, thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning, colleagues. Yesterday was beautiful. A lot of engagement, a lot of energy, and I went into the different, I was hotspotting, Susanna was hotspotting different conversation to try and get us the temperature and the level of enthusiasm. So in all the breakaway sessions that I managed to make, a lot of content, a lot of discussions that were happening. My job this morning is just to do a bit of recap. I'm not going to say everything that was said. I will be wasting your time. But I want to pick a few themes that I saw coming out that I think will help as we move forward to develop the policy document, to keep it in the back of our mind. And some of them are nuanced. It's not expressed, but it's nuanced aspects of it. I think one of the key things from the minister that came out is two aspects. Is the fact that this is the first G20 presidency in Africa since the establishment of the G20 group of countries forum, so to speak. So that talks to that South Africa has to be cognizant of the broader challenges facing the continent in terms of the economy, the SMEs, the startups. So that I'm expecting that to be infused in all the thinking that we'll continue to do as we produce the paper. I think the other part that came through as a nuance is around geopolitical tensions, as well as global trade tensions. And these things will always come and go season by season. But I think what it does, it begins to force us to think about the needs of the North and the peculiarities of the Global South as we build these things, because it's always going to be the considerations we need to to have in mind. And we are not suggesting bias it for any of the groupings, but understand the dichotomies that continue to exist and what we seek to bring and unify, so to speak. I think one of the things that were coming through, so I'm calling out the themes that are very nuanced more than what was said. One of the things that has come through is the whole issue of moving from aid to investment. moving from aid to investment kind of approach. And if you take that and superimpose it onto the whole North and Global South dynamics, I think we're talking even after the meeting. I think North and Global South, but urban and rural kind of dynamics. Cities are struggling with migration into the urban areas. How do you make rural areas much more economic viable in country? There's huge migration from countries whose economies are a bit fragile to countries that are seen to be stronger economies. I don't think the walls and fences alone and stricter immigration laws alone are sustainable. I think you have to combine that with making sure that prosperity in every country exists, and fewer and fewer people have need to go to the countries they deem rich. So I think it's this thing about being inclusive. Should not be the thing that is out of empathy or pity. It should be self-serving as well. Richer countries must make sure that the poorer countries are able to build their economies so that you don't deal with their migration issues. Cities have to make sure rural communities develop better so that people are happy to stay where they live, where they like, where they prefer to live. So I think the work of the inclusive. So when we look at the inclusion in some of these task forces, we have to think about broadly those kind of dynamics, and especially if you want to put policy recommendations into global leaders. Whilst SME and startups can be very micro, but you have to chunk up and understand the macro impact, the global impact of some of the recommendations. So I think these are the nuances that came out of the debates yesterday. I think part of what came through, we spoke about township and rural enterprises. Rural is understood. If I look at US has very clear policies around broadband for rural communities. In those communities, they're very, very advanced. In those communities, there are enterprises and so on. But I think what we need to decipher as part of this commission, that task force, is how do you decipher the township phenomenon into a universally applicable and understood phenomenon, so to speak. So what is it? It's township in South Africa, but what is it in Turkey? What is it in Brazil? So that the lingo is something that takes it outside, because I don't necessarily think, whilst it's South African naming configuration, but I think there are townships in most countries. So what do you call this? How do you interpret it so that it's got the universal applicability, so to speak? So I think the issue about people with special needs, when you look at that inclusion commission, we speak a lot about green, women, and youth. But I think we need to talk about what special instruments should enable people with disabilities to actually be able to trade and actually promote livelihood. They can't be the forgotten group that must fend for themselves. So we need to see that coming through. I think probably we could be a little bit more deliberate in recommendation in that regard. So I think I'm talking nuances. I mean, we presented, I walked around, I listened to people talking. So there's that aspect that came through. Lastly, in the different task forces, we have to be, the problems, I talk about finding new solutions to the old problems of inclusion, financing, and sustainability of startups and SMEs. Finding new solutions, because these problems are old. They are not new. That what we are trying to solve here is not a new thing. It's issue about sustainability, access to finance, access to market, production proficiency, capacity for SMEs and stuff is it's an old problem. But I think part of me listening, I want to say as we develop this thing, we have to be careful of just rehashing old financial instruments and think they will solve the issue. So I'm challenging a lot more thinking, a bit of unorthodox thinking about what is it that really is going to make the SME and startup access to finance. My sense is, and I listen to the task forces, the sense I get is that the problem is not lack of money in the world. The problem is the underlying risks in this domain of businesses and the risk aversion that the capital providers have. And it's hard to think that, to say, well, don't be risk averse when the likelihood of sinking your money is high. And I'm not suggesting these are necessarily government policy thing only, but we have to deal with the riskiness of the business so that we are able, of this market, so that we're able to make sure there's funds flow and so on. So I think this is what came through in some of the commissions. Lastly, there is a need to understand for all of us that there has to be a filter through which as we work on this policy paper. So it's important that people don't say, we were there, we said so many things, but only 2 recommendations went to the final thing, or only 3. A lot of our work didn't see through to the global leaders. So I just need to manage expectations now that the body of work that is coming through the different task forces is so important for each and every country. But a lot of it has the very South African nuance, and rightfully so. So we're going to have to filter it and say, what is it that is largely universally significant? And that makes sure that the G20 leaders will say, well, I can relate to this, therefore I think it will apply to my country, then I support it. So I think those are going to be the filters. However, even if 80% of the work that we do doesn't see through to the G20, the good thing is that it's the work that South Africa needs, and you've got our minister and the department here. We're solving our own issues through this collaboration. So you have to think of 2-track evolution of this. We're doing the work. A big part of the influence is South African, that's okay, and continental. But that work is not in vain if it doesn't come through, because this is what continues to be the advocacy work for South Africa, and the department is with us, the ministers. So there's a big win already because there's an alignment in country, but we're looking for global alignment, global collaboration, so that funds to support this work can flow globally and not only be limited to the countries in which we operate. So colleagues, that's what, those are, I end my recap here. Please, it's just a recap, so I may have missed things. I may overemphasize nuances, but I'm hoping that it helps us to, as we think through today and moving forward, give us a sense of some of the underlying, maybe unspoken or unwritten things that we need to keep in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. And it was very encouraging because I, like you, was hotspotting across the breakout rooms, and also in the instances when you were there in those various breakouts, it was very good to see how you were almost, in a good way, challenging some of the recommendations, challenging some of the views that were already established. So that was very, very appreciated. Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to go into our panel, but before we go into the panel, there's going to be a closed session for synergy mapping for across the task forces. So I'm going to kindly ask the task force chairs, the co-chairs, our international leads, and our co-leads, and the international secretariat to kindly head to those closed sessions because your inputs and your deliberations are going to be very important when we now bring that synergy mapping into the plenary. So we're just going to give you a bit of time so that you can head to your closed sessions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now have our panel session, and it is titled Grassroots to Global Recognition. We're quite proud to present, I'm quite happy to present the panelists that will be joining the SU20 midterm engagement, and this will be a focused discussion that will spotlight the critical role of MSMEs, from informal traders and tech startups to women-led cooperatives, in driving inclusive economic growth, while unpacking the persistent barriers that limit their visibility, scalability, and formal recognition in national and global markets. From funding challenges to policy gaps, the conversation will offer a real-world insight and forward-looking strategies to ensuring grassroots entrepreneurs are equipped to thrive in more competitive, connected ecosystems. And it's a great follow-up then from yesterday's panel and deliberations. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our panelists, who will be moderated by Mr. Kenneth Kaiser from Growthway Ventures, and his panel will be comprised of Mr. Nick Allen from Savant, Mr. Celebus Mloi from the BizPlug, Ms. Veronica Mloi from the Smart Digital Solutions, Ms. Pum Lee, who's from the Startup Act, as well as, not lastly, Ms. Vasili Mloi from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. If there is a microphone that's not there, I can. No, not at all, not at all. If everyone have a mic, this will be yours.
Yeah. Who's the facilitator? You are? Oh, sorry. Are you a facilitator? No. He's the facilitator. Okay.
Is it on? All right, good morning, everybody. Is everybody well this morning? Everybody good? I just want to welcome my panelists. And I think let's kick this off. So I'm Kenneth from Growthway Ventures. My journey as an entrepreneur started many years ago in the tech startup space. I was fortunate over the years to build quite a number of startups, successfully exiting 2 startups, and then now ventured into investing in startups, and then also researching the startup ecosystem space as part of my PhD studies. What I actually want to try and do with today's panel is to really share insights from entrepreneurs, from, let's call it, leaders within the VC space, around their thoughts around some of the topics really impacting SMEs and startups, and helping these startups grow from humble beginnings to the global stage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each of my panelists to introduce themselves, but also provide one interesting, fun business fact about themselves. So maybe let me go. My interesting fact was a couple of years ago when I started my first business. It was in the franchise space. I was working for a bank at the time, and I thought I was actually going to get access to funding for that business. The business model was solid, and to my surprise, I was working in the bank, I was declined. So I was quite shocked. I managed to get the funding through other means, legal means, not illegal, not illegal means. But yeah, I just had to realize as an entrepreneur, things aren't as straightforward. And if you really want to start that business, get it going, you've got to try a different approach. And nothing to the credit risk models was just not conducive for SMEs, I think, at the time. But anyway, so you got to understand where you're applying and your strategy around how to access that funding. And so, yeah, within time, I got access to that funding. So that's one interesting fact about me. Let's start maybe, Nick, with you. Quick intro and fun fact, business fact.
Which is an early stage entrepreneurial support organization in the hardware and deep tech space, and I'm the managing partner of the investment side, what we do at Savant. We've been operating for the last 20 odd years, helping scientists and engineers take their tech to market. Fun fact, it's a fun fact. Startups are hard. Maybe that's a fun fact, if nobody knew that. Similar to your point, getting funding and getting funding into early stage businesses, despite what seems to be the obvious and apparent strength of those opportunities, is extraordinarily hard. And I think part of the reality of that is, as strong as these businesses look, at the early stage, so many things can possibly go wrong that they are full of risks, and I think sometimes we need to realize that there is a lot of risk in this environment and manage all that.
Fantastic. Thanks, Nick.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pum Lee. I am the Managing Director of the SA Startup Act movement in South Africa. And I'm also a commissioner at the National Planning Commission, looking at all things long-term planning for the country as well. My startup stripe story, because it is a stripe of true hardship, is that I used to work with farmers in the agriculture sector, delivering fresh produce, crop boxes as I used to call them. So a couple of years later down the line, I wanted to have my own product, and so I went into natural peanut butter manufacturing. And I grinded looking for markets, and I really wanted that scalable approach of selling this peanut butter product. I was so tired of going door to door, doing last mile deliveries. And so I knocked on every commercial door, from your spas to every retail that you can think of. And when that didn't pan out, I just recently went back into formal employment. And guess what? After looking at my business email address a month later into formal employment, I got one of the markets that I was chasing, asking for a price list for my peanut butter. And here I'm thinking, wow, if only I just waited a little bit longer. But yeah, just testament to some of the things that as startup owners, they don't wait for us, right? They don't wait for policies. They don't wait for you to figure out if they're good enough for your shelf. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, my brother. Good morning, everybody. My name is Celebus. I've been building communities of entrepreneurs on the ground for the longest of time. I started back in 2011 with the Richard Branson Center of Entrepreneurship, and then moved on to build the Hookup Dinner, which was a community we got to scale across the African continent and into the UK. And lately, I've got a new platform. It's called Share the Codes. It's a platform that's meant to enable emerging entrepreneurs to be able to access trade opportunities as well as community. And the byproduct of building those communities is that I got involved in co-founding a couple of startups. One of them was the People's Fund. It was a 100 million rand a year startup that we built for 8 years. Excuse me. And it's now in liquidation. How interesting. A startup that was funding entrepreneurs that ran out of money in South Africa. Absolutely possible. And, you know, we were the shining stars, got featured in media, we had the accolades, it was beautiful. And then we ran out of money and told our employees to go home, all 35 of them, you know. I think it's important to tell a story like that, just like Pum's is telling it here. And it's crazy that she used to be one of my biggest clients when she was still back at SAB, you know. I just find it very interesting that in the South African context, we keep repeating, there's a loop, there's this thing that keeps happening over and over, like sitting on this platform right now here, like this is like a deja vu moment. And I'm hoping that out of events like this and this type of summit, there's actually things that can change, because we keep repeating the same things over and over. A fun fact is that one of the main reasons I got involved in entrepreneurship is that I'm the son of a pastor and a nurse, and I lived in Hillbrow when I was growing up in the 90s, and I used to take the bus to school. I went to a boys' school, JB Boys High, and when we were coming back from school, you know, all the other kids were cheese boys. Well, some of the first crop of black kids that were in Model C schools in the Mandela days. And because I couldn't tell them where I stay, I was ashamed of living in Hillbrow. I used to take the bus that was written, it's going to Q. Q is a suburb that passes, you pass Hillbrow. So everybody thought I lived in Q. And I made a promise to myself that one day when we eventually get out of a bachelor flat, which is what we lived in with my family, was that I would, you know, I'd be a business person and I'd make sure that I never go hungry or poor again. And I think I've stuck it true to that, and my daughters are happy that they don't have to relive what they saw.
It's inspiring, yeah. Thanks, Doc. Over to you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Vasili Kim, and I'm an economist at the OECD Development Center, where I work at the Economic Transformation and Development Division. I would first like to really thank the team for inviting us to be part of this event. So many thanks to the Department of Small Business Development and also the organizing team, in particular Sloan22, for making this happen. So in the Economic and Transformation Development Division, we have a tool called Startups for Development that we've been implementing for the past 12 years in regions around the world. And when I say we, I really mean my head of division started this work. She was the visionary behind it, Annelisa Primi, who is seated right here in front of us. So this is a work that has been developing over time. We most recently launched a book on Asia that was done thanks to the support of the European Union with an emphasis on India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Now, I'm here to share a little bit about this work on startups that we're doing, and I'm looking forward to hearing more inspiring stories by the panelists here. But if I can just start by a fun fact about me that is related to the work that we do, is that I hear from you about the role of the risk and the experimentation in the startup world, and it's a little bit similar in the policy as well. It takes a lot to support startups effectively, and we have seen in governments that they try different things over time. So it's important to know that on the other side, there's also people that are very committed in trying to make this work under different circumstances and over time. So it's experimentation for everyone. Some things fail, but some things work, and we're here to learn from each other. This is it on my side. Thank you.
Thanks for that, huh?
Thank you and good morning. My name is Veronica Mloi. I am the founder and the CEO of Smart Digital Solution. Smart Digital Solution is a 100% black female-owned digital transformation company. We enable our client in private and public sector to lead in digital. We have partnered, we are the accredited partner of Huawei, now working on Microsoft accreditation. And our company also have developed a platform that enable churches to engage with their customers. The platform has its own Zoom capability or video call capability. We have our own WhatsApp capability in the platform, fintech capability. So all the engagement, they are in one platform developed in Africa for the world. And we are excited about that achievement. Fun fact, I've got a lot of fun fact being in a business for over 9 years. I was raising funding for my business, which took me around 2 years. As I approached the banks said, "Oh, we like you, you've got the right experience, you've got everything that it takes. This bank wants to fund and back up women. We are really excited." And yeah, there were those lovely things that I had, and I was very excited. And as we are now going into the due diligence and everything, and they said, "No, you needed a transactional advisor." I said, "No problem." I then engaged transactional advisors, and they put down their invoices.
That needed funding, right?
The second one was then when I dealt with a big customer, which also into supporting women, youth, young women and everything, and they decided overnight to terminate our contract. Then I realized that, I need good lawyers.
Wow.
The third one was with SARS.
No SARS in the room here, right? Anyway, go on.
And yes, the last one, I thought that, yes, I will build a big business and I will live my dreams. But I found myself now, today's the 22nd of July, month end is coming, and we need to pay people. So now we are not sleeping. But those are the beauty of entrepreneurship. It's a journey that I appreciate and I love. It is fulfilling because at the end of the day, I am making impact on the ground. The business is growing. The other one, the last one.
Sure. Go for it.
We then were excited. We got a business in Zimbabwe, and we thought, yes, we are conquering the continent. Everything was there, was ready, and we realized that the cost of doing business in the continent is also something that you need to really think about. The dreams are big, but you need to really understand the risks and the cost of doing business in the continent. And that's me. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful story.
Can I add one quickly?
Go for it,
One fun fact.
Sure.
Is that in 2013, Veronica and I went to Boston on a technology fellowship. I haven't seen you in person since then, so it's great to be on stage with you.
Awesome. Great, guys. Now, thanks for sharing that intros. So let's get into it. We're going to start off with funding and financial access. As the panelists mentioned, that's a problem for a lot of entrepreneurs. So Nick, I want to start off with you. A lot of SMEs and startups are contributing to a lot of countries' GDPs, right? In some countries, up to 40%. But it almost seems that a lot of them can't get access to the mainstream economy around funding and the instruments that exist there. I mean, what are your thoughts, coming from the venture capital space? What can be done there to make it easier for entrepreneurs trying to access funding?
It's a very, very broad question. I don't know if we've got that time, but let me some quick views. I think one of the big challenges that we have, and I'm as to comments made earlier, the fact is I'm talking about the South African space, which is the space that I know well. In that our venture capital space is very much what we call nascent. It's very much on in the early stages, and it's still very much underfunded. I was at a SAVCA VC survey launch last week, and there were, I think, 4 or 5 LPs sitting up on stage saying, well, part of the challenge that we face is, as LPs, we're tapped out. We've had an allocation from our investors to invest into venture capital, and we've distributed those funds to a small number of venture capital firms, and now we're tapped out. So when the LPs are tapped out, the venture capital funders are in a position where they can't fund. And let's be clear, the ecosystem in itself is still extremely small. So we're in the process as a South African venture capital industry of demonstrating to those investors out there that we are doing something real and valuable in many respects. And I suppose the question is, how long does it take to demonstrate? What kind of evidence does that investor, that institutional investor require to have the confidence to give money to the likes of the PIC, to the SASME fund, to a number of the LPs out there, that allows them to in turn invest in the general partners and the venture capital firms that are making those investments to the underlying businesses. So I think that's the challenge we face at the moment is, and I mean that this comment's been made to my face, is that we're sitting on the sidelines waiting to see how well VC can do before we decide whether or not to put money into it. It's risky for the country. It's risky for countries like South Africa, in that we desperately need venture capital in order to allow our economies to grow the way high-performing economies around the world do grow, because they've managed to build a venture capital industry that really works. Last comment, because I could drone on for ages about this. One of the challenges that we face in the South African ecosystem is, if we go and we look at what ecosystems around the world have done to demonstrate that their venture capital opportunity will work, is they've had significant funding and support, economic and otherwise, and policy perspective, economic and policy-wise, from their governments. And while there's a lot of work being done on the startup policy, the Startup Act, that is still in process in the South African context. And secondly, we all know how constrained the South African government is. It's not in a position where it can commit significant amounts of capital to venture capital. That is just the reality. So it's on us to determine how we can work out, how we capitalize, or how we access those very deep pockets of capital that are existing in this country. South African corporates sitting on trillions of rands worth of retained earnings. How do we access that? How do we incentivize those pots of capital to give tiny little bits of money? And I mean, we're, in relation to the amounts of capital available, the amount of money that the venture capital ecosystem could absorb on an annual basis is tiny. It really is very small. The question is, how do we then incentivize those pots of capital to provide some of those little bits of money into venture capital?
Okay.
We have some ideas, but we'll get into that later.
Okay, great. No, Nick, I think those insights are definitely valuable. I've got some off-the-script questions as well I wanted to ask you now, but I think maybe let's move on to level, now that we've had a view from the VC space. Let's hear from entrepreneurs. What are entrepreneurs saying in terms of what are their biggest challenges? I mean, I've shared my story around it. And also, I mean, you've been part of the hookup dinner. What are some of those key themes coming through in terms of access to funding, and how can we maybe make it better for the ecosystem?
Oof. I think Nick has covered quite a bit of it, right? When you look at this through the lens of an entrepreneur, is that the system is just too slow. It's not proactive, it's reactive. Even in the policy making. I mean, I'll give you an example. With us at the People's Fund, we were put into a sandbox together with other financial companies like the banks. Standard Bank was one of the companies in that sandbox. And it was because the crowdfunding space is not regulated in South Africa. So they wanted to find a way to regulate us, because we're growing really fast, collecting the money, and collecting it from everyday common people. So, but we don't fall under investment, collective investment schemes. But it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to unlock capital from the masses and do something productive with it. And we proved it. We started off as a traditional crowdfunding platform, but quickly pivoted into purchase order funding. Why? Because you could prove that market. There's X spend that comes from purchase orders, whether it's from government or corporate or wherever. And the average entrepreneur or small business owner or hustler does not have the capital to fulfill that. And traditional institutions are not hungry for that. It's too risky, too murky. It's just messy. And us entrepreneurs, we love the messy spaces. Where there's chaos, there's opportunity for us, right? And we tried to solve for that, and you could see it, because we built out our startup in the public domain. Everybody saw what we did from day one, and quickly mobilized the masses. And that wasn't the only test we did. We also launched one during COVID. If you guys will remember, at the height of the COVID lockdown, I think it was in 2020 in May, with the highest concentration of screen time, because our president told us to sit down and go nowhere, right? And we launched an experiment, a crowdfunding campaign to build, to buy into franchises. Off Facebook, no clean things. We're just like, hey guys, if we could all own franchises together, maybe we could solve for this job thing that's happening, because now we're not working, we're not productive, and and we're leveraging off the working class and the middle class, black people primarily, right? So people have the willingness, there's no shortage of capital, but the policy instruments do not allow for this to happen. They started squeezing us. I mean, I think we collected about 4.5 million rand in the space of about 3 months, bought the stores. They failed. And being aware that anytime you start a business, the failure rate is 90%, guys, and it's okay. And people are willing to forgive the failure, provided your checks and balances are in place and they can see what you're doing. Because people are actually just betting on the jockey. They're like, we like what you're doing. What are you doing next? Literally, when we sent out our communication for TPF that, hey guys, we have to liquidate. We can't continue with this thing. People are like, what are you guys building next? We're like, hey, hang on. We're heavily scarred here because, we still need to recover emotionally and whatever. It took its toll. But I think what I'm really trying to highlight here is that the flow of capital exists. It's informal. I mean, look at stockfiles in this country. They call susus in other countries, and they exist across the world. In our environment, the regulatory environment does not allow for this to flow easily. And I'll give you one of the startups that came out of the hookup dinner, Stockfeller. Stockfeller does over 300 million rand in transactions. They have over 50,000 stock files. Majority savings, but we have tested quite a few stock files and said, how can we use this as an opportunity to fund the SMEs and the ideas that we're generating through the pipeline that we have, whether it's through the hookup dinner, share the codes, or any of the other networking platforms that we have. There's this concerted effort amongst entrepreneurs, and we're collaborating a lot, by the way, amongst ourselves. So like, we've got this entrepreneur, this is what they need, who can assist them? And we're like, oh no, we can unlock capital there. And then you look at how is this protected, or how is this within the regulatory framework, and it doesn't exist, and then it becomes hard, and then, I'm gonna call them clever blacks, and because I can, right? They start asking us a question that would be asked by a bank. How, sorry? Your granny took you to school and through life, through a stock file that was not regulated, and it worked. So we're in the early stages, and the fintechs exist that can solve for this, but I think government needs to come to the party and regulate a whole lot faster.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned an interesting point, the crowdfunding regulation. Since that experience, have you seen some sort of regulation put in place around crowdfunding?
Is this to me?
Yeah, to you.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Not yet. They waited for us to fail.
Is it?
In fact, I'll give you another guy.
Yeah.
You guys know Livestock World.
Yeah.
Have you seen what's happening to him in the media domain? How sad is that? Have you guys seen, like, for real? Has anybody seen what's happening to Livestock World? That's a startup that is crowdfunding, that is doing really well with a seasoned entrepreneur, and it's going to fail. Because of the regulatory environment.
Yeah, yeah.
It's happening a lot.
Yeah.
It's not that the ideas don't exist or the jockeys don't exist. They're there, and they know how to build, and they know how to have skin in the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it is going to fail. These guys have done well over 300 million rand, but they're going to fail.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we allow that to happen. And then we sit back, we're like, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, yeah. So definitely, I think there's a lot of notes to be taken around an enabling regulatory framework, and hopefully through the StartUp20, that can be in terms of elevated. How do we fast track, to your point, key pieces of legislation? And know the Startup Act, and we're going to get to the Startup Act. How can we leverage mechanisms like the Startup Act to essentially get this legislation in place to help our startups? But Nick, I just want to ask you a question. So if Labour had to come to you, I mean, the US, I studied in the US and I built a startup there. There's a lot of risk-taking and a culture of failure where it's almost like as a badge of honor. So if Lebo had to come to you, just based on his experience, as a venture capital professional, I mean, how do you guys look at entrepreneurs that have been through a number of ventures have failed as a VC? Yeah, just your perspectives.
I think up until relatively recently, the South African investing space had this kind of perception that failure is anathema. You can't fail. I do believe that we're getting better at it. We're starting to acknowledge that people who are genuinely making the effort are going to fail for reasons completely outside of their ambit or their our capability is probably the wrong word, but I mean the reality is starting something new, you learn things all the time. So I do believe that we are getting better at it, and I think that when founders come to us who have tried and failed and have genuinely failed, or have genuinely tried, we certainly see that as a plus. I think what is important is in that due diligence process is ensuring that learnings have taken place. That I think is the key, because we do see founders that come to us who have failed, and they come to us and they say, and you go, well, why did you fail? Oh no, it was somebody else's fault. It's very easy to say, I've got founders that I've invested in, and their things aren't going well, and they're going well for everybody else's reason. You go, well, difficult to fix it when it's somebody else's fault.
Got you. Thanks for that, Nick. Vasili, it's a quick question, and this is where the curveball comes in. One of the off-the-script questions that I've got, based on the research. The Startup Act. Could you maybe just explain to us, so we've mentioned access to funding being a critical element to help our SME and startup ecosystem grow. What is the Startup Act doing to essentially create a more enabling environment? And why is it taking so long? I mean, I've chatted to colleagues in Nigeria, I think it was. We started, I think, before them in terms of putting a draft around what a Startup Act would look like. They placed their Startup Act, I think, through some parliament and legislation, or was it about a year or two ago? So maybe do you want to give us a status update? Where are we with the Startup Act? Because we've got real entrepreneurs here that's mentioning, the challenges around regulation for SMEs and startups, and hopefully the Startup Act could assist with that. So maybe just give us a view of what the Startup Act is doing, specifically when it comes to access to funding, and where are we on that path around getting it live?
Yeah, I think the SA Startup Act movement is quite well recognized, and I think we appreciate the confidence that the ecosystem, both government and entrepreneurs and investors have in really believing that this policy instrument can be one of our solutions to get capital, especially for high-risk businesses to be funded. So the Startup Act movement is all about, and I think we heard comments from the AU yesterday, that there needs to be a legislation for high-growth startups. We know that various, and the entrepreneurial landscape that we have in the country, much like in any other emerging country, is so vast that there is MSMEs, so from small micro, informal to small and medium businesses. But we are looking particularly to high growth, tech-enabled, tech-focused and really disruptive businesses to be legislated through this policy instrument that's going to make their environment easier and to work, right? So if we're looking at reforms such as incentivizing VCs, the very stringent or even the VCs that are constrained, as you just pointed out, Nick, for them to be incentivized to find early stage high growth startups, because we know that with their little pocket of funds, they need to bet on the right jockeys, right? But how do we incentivize that, them to share their pocket of funds to early stage high growth startups who are putting their investment into things such as research and development, into registering their IP, into literally tapping into global markets, right? So we are looking into reforms such as those tax incentives for VCs, but also helping the country to also put tax incentives into place for shared risk investment to take place. And I think you're right, it's taken a good 5 to 10 years for the SA Startup Act to be legislated. We are still in the journey of advocating for this policy instrument to be put into policy. We started in 2014, and the SA Startup Act Movement Secretariat was formed in 2020 with a great team of ecosystem builders. So your SAVCAs, Nick, and in the VC environment, startups themselves, government and policymakers really come to the party in terms of the engagements that we hold and the research that we distribute and we put out. But I think it's just such a complex nature where we have policy reforms that are in different government departments. So it's about allocating and identifying which champion, department champion is really going to take this on and lead this, whether it be the small business development department, who naturally advocate for the growth of SMMEs, but we're talking about global trade as well, right? So the DTIC is also one of our key stakeholders. So how do we get them to champion, and they've been really supportive as well, but also we're speaking about things such as exchange controls, making it easier and less expensive for businesses to be able to trade across the continent and globally, which is a National Treasury and SA Reserve Bank functionality. You know, so it's quite complex to identify that one champion that is going to lead and ensure that the Startup Act is being implemented. And I think that's where we are at. And it doesn't help that there's been leadership change in government as well. So it's really taken quite a long time to get here. But I think because we are speaking in the realm of acts and actioning the recommendations that we're putting out, we're hoping that through the StartUp20 platform, we'll be able to see it in place.
Fantastic. Thanks for that insights. Doc, I just want to find out from you, just in terms of global research from the OECD, how can you guide us around, you know, what are other ecosystems doing? I know you've spent a lot of work in Asia. You know, what are they doing that can perhaps maybe where we can learn from in terms of unlocking access to funding? What are the type of policies they're putting in place? We've mentioned before the complexity around identifying a champion and making sure that we can actually put some of these things into place. It looks like it's taking so long. But yeah, what type of learnings can we, and insights can we get maybe from the work that you've done through your research?
So in the work that we have been doing with countries, because really we're implementing this tool to support them in understanding the universe of support that is available to the startup ecosystems, and maybe what would be the improvements that they could make in policy in order to unleash this potential across 5 key areas. So increasing financing that we have been discussing here, but also complementing this with business services that is equally important, changing their mindset, increasing demand for the services, and also the regulatory framework. And from the discussion here, we can tell that everything is very interlinked. But also, there's also indirect policies that are equally important, because when we look at the startup and the financing they receive, it's important for the investor to have a level of confidence that there will be success after, you know. So we're talking about what are the exit opportunities, what is the market opportunity, is there going to be talent? So is there science and technology innovation happening? Is there a production ecosystem that can develop these ideas into marketable products? So in that sense, there's a lot of different elements and a very big puzzle for the policymaker to solve. And it's not easy. And what we see in our work is that there's a great variety. So it's very hard to take a solution in one ecosystem and implement it in the other. So you were talking about corporates before. In Thailand, there's a very big active scene for corporate venture capital. They have a production ecosystem that is very much organized around very large, big firms. And we have seen an appetite on their side to find complementary solution in firms. So they co-invest a lot also with the public sector in creating specialized incubators that can develop solutions that they can use in their supply chain. And also, in turn, they offer business insight and funding to the firms. So this is one model that we see that is moving a little bit the needle. But in other countries, they have different issues. Like in Vietnam, the regulatory problem is also one that they're trying to resolve how to match the support to the beneficiary. We talk about, in our work, a lot about the definition of startups. There's no uniquely accepted definition. And this matters, not just because I'm an economist and I want to do statistics. It matters because then you need to know how to reach the person that needs to receive the support. And this is where the Startup Act would be very important. So there's different issues. But all around the emerging ecosystems that we have been studying recently, particularly in Asia, what we see from the policymakers and the businesses is that there's still the difficulty in getting the appetite to invest in the very early stage ideas. So you have emerging ecosystems that are becoming more mature in taking an idea that is more or less tested and making it bigger, but there is still an issue in how to incentivize this kind of like appetite in getting the very original idea that maybe is not true and tested somewhere else yet. So this is still a challenge. And we see this in the statistics emerging in the funding. For instance, in Asia, about 0.2% of venture capital, of GDP, sorry, let me rephrase. The venture capital invested in Asia is about 0.2% of GDP. That's huge. It's very much in line with OECD, so at 0.3. But when we look at the density of startups, the density in Asia is much lower, about 3 in 100,000 people compared to about 40 in OECD countries. So this means that you have some firms that are able to attract very big amounts of finance. So these are the unicorns, this is the firm that can go really big, but then the rest are a bit starved. And in this, I'm not sure if we have a lot of ready learnings to share, but I encourage you to read our work on Asia. I'll show the book. Where you can see how each country is trying to address in their own ecosystem the shortcomings and make improvements in this area.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Doc, for that. Just for the sake of time, I'm just to move on to the next topic. But there's definitely wonderful insights that we've gained just from understanding in terms of where we're at around funding and the finance ecosystem. The next barrier or challenge in terms of getting an SME or startup to grow and scale is digital infrastructure, because essentially that's linked to market access. You must have the ability to reach these customers. And so internet penetration is quite key. I think South Africa is currently sitting just under 80% internet penetration in urban areas, and then 52% I think in rural areas. And so it definitely seems like there's a bit of inequality there in terms of access. And if we look at artificial intelligence, with artificial intelligence adoption, probably just an assumption, people within the urban areas will have access to these capabilities, and then it's almost like we're going to be leaving the rural areas, behind. So Veronica, just a question for you. You know, your company is building digital solutions. You know, that's really making an impact. What's your thoughts on this? How do we drive better access to digital infrastructure, especially in the rural areas? And then an interesting, I did some research. I mean, I saw you contributed to an upcoming book that's going to be launched, right? The AI Apocalypse. So if you could maybe just share with the audience, you know, yeah, what does it probably mean for entrepreneurs? You know, how could they navigate that AI apocalypse? But yeah, keen to get your thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, I did contribute to that book, but I also have my own book, Africa Lead with Digital. It is available online.
Well done.
And the reason why I put together the book is that we need to get decision makers to understand the role of technology and how it can enable economies to grow. And some of the things I'm talking about, which I've been involved in, it's about making connectivity available in the rural areas because most of the market is also there. And if we have to drive inclusivity, we have to also include people that are in the rural areas, that are in the townships as well, young women and people living with disabilities as well. So, but we have seen a lot of efforts also from government to roll out fiber or broadband into the rural areas, into the townships as well. As you know, that most of the mobile operators, they use a business case type of deployment, right? But the government, through broadband Infraco and Centec, have then decided then to roll out connectivity. That will bring a bit of a change, you know, in terms of how then we engage with people that are in the rural areas, but they also, it will bring them into the mainstream. From education perspective, you can study online, you can now do businesses online. The second thing is around building the digital ecosystem. We need to have a platform where brings in all these entrepreneurs, all of us, into one space, right? We are able then to know who is doing what, and everything should be housed in one space. But within that digital ecosystem, you need to connect to your financiers, being commercial banks, being developmental finance in companies, being SARS as well. And also within that tool, within that ecosystem, we need tools to be enabled to lead us to make the right decisions. For example, cash flow decisions, because that's the biggest thing that hamper us as entrepreneurs, you know. How to pay your people, you know, whether it's the 30 days, 60 days, and all this thing, because when you go out to raise funding, they look at that behavior. So we need to be helped as well to prepare ourselves and make ourselves bankable. In my business specifically, when we were trying to raise funding to roll out infrastructure, I mean, we were asked about equity. Do you have equity? And it's like, no, I don't have equity. Then you then have to now raise on top of debt.
Yeah.
You have to go out and raise equity. So those are the challenges that we are facing with. But AI, now that we are talking about the digital ecosystem, will enable to fast track and bring all these processes together.
Okay.
It will be able then to quickly be able to then learn your behavior in terms of your cash management, in terms of your practices in the business, and be able to practically guide you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yesterday we spoke about skills.
Yep.
You know, you can take me to a classroom, but I will need experience to be able to learn about some of these things. And we need all those technological tools to make our life easier.
Yeah,
They are
yeah.
not a threat, they are not taking away any jobs for us, but they are optimizing, you know, enabling some of the things that we do as entrepreneurs, and we need to really appreciate their role, that they are here to enable us to work better and faster and make sure that we are bankable, because the process to change a legislation is long. And now that you are faced with these barriers, how do you then overcome those barriers, understanding very well what is expected of you, what is required? You need to pay tax.
Yeah, yeah.
You need to be able to have cash in a bank. You need to be able to need to demonstrate to be sustainable as a business. And those are the things that make you attractive
Yeah.
as a business. And we need those tools to be able to assist us to get to that level.
Okay, no, fantastic. Thanks for that. Vasili, just a question. The National Planning Commission, because you're part of that as well. Could you maybe just share your thoughts around what are South Africa's national plans around in terms of addressing some of this digital gap that exists? Yeah, and potentially it could get worse, but yeah, just some thoughts around that.
I think, well, we all know, and the National Development Plan is built around the ambition for 90% of the country's jobs to come from SMMEs or small and emerging and medium enterprises, and we're currently sitting at on average 50%. So there's a great need to not only meet those targets from an economic growth perspective and a job creation perspective, but also in the how we get there. And I think in 2023, the National Planning Commission issued out a 10-year review of the National Development Plan, and there it pointed out that we're really not meeting any of the economic targets that we had envisioned by 2030. Things such as economic growth to be at 5.4%, we're sitting at 1%, if I'm not mistaken, now in the country. So there's a real need to innovate our approach. And I know that we were speaking about digital infrastructure, but there's a clear linkage to financing as well, as we've just heard. So how do we change the approach of, let's say, funding our models or funding models? For example, we know that there was the Kula 25% first loss guarantee, and that was a good approach in which we can de-risk, and we'll be speaking about risk aversion that we've been speaking about for the past 2 days. So that's just an example of a funding innovation. But I think what I've picked up is that there is a great need of learning and unlearning that needs to be done. Whilst we're trying to innovate funding models, there's also a great need to build capabilities of the funders to know how to fund these new and emerging markets, to know how to evaluate them, both in the public and the private sector. DFIs need to know how to read a business model of a Yoko who say that they went to a DFI and they were turned down because this was a new model that they didn't know how to vet. They didn't know what due diligence to apply for it. And the newness of your business is how our DFIs evaluate as compared to the vision, the innovation, the value of the R&D that goes into it. So how do we build that capability, but also within the private investors as well? How do they adopt a developmental approach? And all of that is enshrined into what the National Development Plan is trying to do for inclusive economic growth. I know that currently we are busy rolling out a study to identify connectivity across the country that we're working with DBSA. What does connectivity look like in every single pocket of the country, in rural communities, in township communities? Who was paying for what? Municipalities, where do they get the funds? Where does the government get their connectivity? What role does the private sector play as well in providing that connectivity? But that will also have a trickle-down effect on every other socio-economic target that the NDP has. If we know how much connectivity there is or there isn't in rural communities. We will then know how many schools to build or what digital infrastructure is needed to build pathways towards digital connectivity. So they're all enshrined of, we need evidence-based data to influence and inform long-term policy making.
Just to add there, yes, and I agree with what Wash is saying 100%, because if you go to a financier and ask for funding for a hardware, you know, it's something that they can see, they can touch, and it's easy to get that. We got that. But the moment you say, I've got this platform, which is software, then it becomes a problem because it's not classified as an asset to them. So all, those are the challenges that we really face within the ICT sector. I just wanted to just add to that point. Thanks.
That's a great point. Lebo, just your thoughts. I mean, you run a program on, I think it's UFM, right? I mean, and through the work, Share Your Code. What's your thoughts around entrepreneurs and them leveraging these technologies, softwares? Are they fully equipped? You know, do you believe more education can be done around leveraging AI to help them with financial statement preparation, as an example? Or do you feel that there's still a massive gap with a lot of startups and entrepreneurs not having access to these tools and software? Just keen to get your thoughts, and yeah.
Yeah, there's a gap, and I think one of the companies in South Africa that has covered that gap pretty well is Cellular Technologies, because they work in the townships with internet cafes a lot. And it doesn't matter where you go in this country. In the rural side, the problems are different. People are still struggling with bread and butter issues, and with mining towns deteriorating, it's even getting worse, because now we need to look at the ecosystem of things in terms of what happens. When the mine worker gets retrenched, that mine worker spends money on his wife. The wife goes to spend money at the salon, the local bar, the local franchise, and the side piece. Like literally, when you look at that entire ecosystem of what's happening,
Yeah.
all of it dies out. Now, we come in and we tell them about adopt digital, and
Yeah.
this and that. They just look at you like you're crazy.
Wow. Wow.
Or you tell them there's these opportunities on the internet, they're free. You can learn for free, you can do this, you can do that.
Yeah.
They don't care. In fact, in sometimes they chase us out.
Wow.
I remember when we were still working on one of the campaigns with SAP, SAP's mandate is to make sure that because they feed communities so much alcohol, they also contribute on the social side in terms of socio-economic development. They're one of the biggest spenders when it comes to those types of programs,
Yeah.
because they also cause a lot of damage, right? I'll tell you of a place, Coffee Fontaine. Anybody ever heard of Coffee Fontaine here?
Yeah. So there's some hands there.
Hey!
Yeah.
You know, if I didn't have food that day coming from SAP
Yeah.
to say, come and learn,
Yes.
nothing was happening, Chief.
Wow.
In fact, they would have stoned me.
Yeah.
And that is a common story across South Africa.
Yeah.
And not just here. SAP has got 7 other African markets that
Yeah.
they operate in, and I've been in all of those markets as a service provider implementing on the ground.
Yeah.
And I'm not giving this example to make a mockery of SAP, because they do a lot of work, and in fact, they're one of my favorite companies.
Yeah.
But the damage on the ground is so deep that when you start talking about the things that matter, the future, where the rest of the world is, the rest of the world is talking about AI adoption.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here, AI adoption is there in Braamfontein. And outside of Braamfontein, if you get into Soweto, which is the most urbanized township in South Africa,
Yeah.
it's glorified internet cafes. I'm talking about our innovation hubs,
Yeah. Yeah.
where you've got all of the infrastructure in there. That is great, where somebody can walk in, adopt, do some amazing stuff. People still type like this,
Yeah. Okay.
literally with fingers like this. And we take that lightly. A 2 million population just not far off from the richest mile in Africa.
Yeah.
So those are the realities. And the question is, are we getting any closer to covering this gap or not?
Yeah, yeah.
And unfortunately, one of the things that impact us really badly in this country is corruption. Political corruption is eroding trust in communities.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it does not help that the private sector contributes to that corruption, because nobody's corrupted on the one side. Money must flow on both sides.
Yeah.
And the private sector is an equal player in that corruption. They come in, they launch projects for PR. Not for the purposes of empowering those communities in the true state of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But having said that, our triple BEE policy is one of the best policies to come out of this country. Unfortunately, even with that said,
Yeah.
what is happening with the triple BEE policy is that majority of the funds, the ESD industry is measured somewhere around 25 to 30 billion in this country. Majority of the funds sit with white-owned companies, run by white men, who have no empathy or understanding of the issues on the ground. That is the reality. It does not mean we are criticizing. It is the structural situation that very few, even a white man who's got the right heart who's trying to solve this, it's hard to solve because it's a systemic issue that we are dealing with here.
Yeah.
I'm just highlighting these things because we can bring the right tools, but we have to get back to the core and understand why is it that South Africans in the rurals, in the townships, are not adopting certain things. You know, we have had to dumb down our show on the business show. Because we realized that, you know, we're talking all of this nice, innovative stuff. Hey, welcome to the UFM business hour, and I'm coming in, you know, I'm a Joburg guy.
Yeah.
But then we realized as we're engaging on the ground when we run our programs that these guys are even afraid of speaking to me. There's this barrier. They just feel like I'm too smart, they're too dumb, and they're not. The question is, how am I finding a way? Do I have empathy? Do I understand what is the language on the ground, and what is the barrier? Sometimes it's a confidence issue. So even when it comes to AI and adoption and one of those tools, people feel like this thing is just high up there and they are here and therefore they're not worthy of it. So there's a lot of work that we need to do at ground level to make sure that that gap is covered.
Got you. Thanks, Celebus, for those insights. Doc, I just want to bring in you, get your thoughts on this. I mean, Brazil, very similar dynamic around inequality. What's your thoughts around the G20 countries? Similar characteristics to South Africa, addressing these challenges, as Lebo mentioned, digital divide, and just, you know, some of the foundational things that we need to get right. You know, what can we learn from our peers within the G20? Just on your thoughts on what is research telling us?
So in terms of the digital tools and AI, I think we need to raise a little bit the ambition, not just in terms of using the AI tools, but also being co-creators. And I think this is something that we can, if you want, could be a learning. But this takes a lot more investments. I mean, we already talked about how underserved communities are starved of investments. Then you're talking about something that is even kind of like more costly, but then with a lot more multiplier effects. Talking about AI, for instance, if we want to develop technologies in AI, then you need supercomputers. But where are the supercomputers here? Out of the top 500 in the world, only 8 are based in Latin America and mostly in Brazil that you mentioned. And in Africa, there's only 1 that's based in Morocco. So we're talking about a huge gap that needs to be filled. So I think your peers, and I'm looking forward to learning more about what South Africa is doing in this meeting, are looking towards how can we bridge this gap in an inclusive way. It's not easy.
Okay. Great, thanks, Doc. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to move on to our next topic, which is just around ecosystems and just policies around creating thriving ecosystems. Nick, and I want to turn my attention to you. Savanta has some amazing companies within its portfolio. One of it is in the space tech industry, and I don't know if you guys know, South Africa has a growing startup space tech sector. Some really amazing space tech ventures coming out there. And that's also because of the work that University of Stellenbosch has been doing around research programs around space engineering. And as a VC, you're seeing some of these startups come and you're seeing the opportunities. And I just want to get your thoughts around Stellenbosch. You know, there's a lot of talk around. Maybe if you could just demystify the Stellenbosch, I call it mafia, or at least Stellenbosch is an example of an ecosystem that we can really look at, despite what people call it, in terms of a catalyst for other communities. Coffee Fontaine, I think, was mentioned. So how can we take learnings from Stellenbosch, and what is it that Stellenbosch is doing right in terms of producing these startups? I've mentioned the space tech industry, etc. Yeah, just get your thoughts on that.
I was wondering whether you're going to go to one of those gotcha questions there. I won't comment on the Stellenbosch mafia, but I will comment about the ecosystem that they're building there. And I think one of the things that Stellenbosch does well is they do a very good job of talking about what they're doing well. I think there are a number of other universities in South Africa that are doing good things, but aren't necessarily as good at talking about it. I do think Stellenbosch is probably leading that broader tech commercialization space, what they're doing with Innovus and what they're doing with their startup hub. The reality is, from a venture capital space, especially in the hardware and deep tech space that I play in, the majority of the opportunities are going to start at some point, not necessarily at that commercialization stage, but at some point are going to start at a university. If you're going to invest in businesses that are doing something with science and engineering, the people behind it should be scientists or engineers. So our universities are very good, are very important, and South African universities are punch well above their weight from a continental perspective. We have by far the strongest science and engineering universities on the continent. So what Stellenbosch has done well is it's managed to ensure that the businesses that it works with, the startups, those technologies that are coming out of that ecosystem are incentivized to take that next step and are supported in that journey. I think the key point is that the support that these companies, these startups, at that really early stage, the innovations, the technologies, they require a significant amount of support and funding. And I think Stellenbosch has done well at attracting that funding. Anita Nell, who's the director of Innovus, was quite instrumental in the establishment of the University Technology Fund, initially funded by SASME Fund, investing in a lot of businesses that have come out of universities across the country, and a fair proportion of those from Stellenbosch. But they've basically done a good job of understanding what tech ecosystems around the world have done right, and have sought to emulate those. Again, I think other universities in South Africa are doing that, but they certainly are leading, and it's being able to get that capital into those businesses at the right stage. I think that's key. More capital at an early stage equals success.
Fantastic, Nick. Thanks for that insights. Veronica, what's your thoughts on that? I mean, you sit on the board of, I think, an education company. You saw the importance of Stellenbosch as a university in terms of building an ecosystem. I mean, keen to get your thoughts, how do we make sure that we have those ecosystem players anchored and playing a role, to grow some of these cities. I mean, earlier, before the panel conversation that we had, I chatted to an entrepreneur doing some work in the Eastern Cape, and they mentioned Rhodes University. Could we not get a mini Stellenbosch set up there? Just out of the possible. Obviously, universities, education, institutions are quite key to building these thriving startup ecosystems. We've seen in Silicon Valley with Stanford University. Keen to get your thoughts.
Yeah, just before I respond to that comment, I just wanted to go back to the rural and township infrastructure rollout, the
Sure,
broadband.
sure. Yeah.
What is beautiful is that it's SMMEs that are rolling out that network into the rural areas. So we need to also acknowledge the role that government is doing, not only to provide internet services into the township and rural areas, but using us to deploy those. So it's something very good that we need to also highlight.
Sure.
Coming back to the issue of building an ecosystem, universities are known to creating and funding innovation research, by the use of PhDs and setting aside funding to be able to do that. And it's a safe base. What we need in South Africa is more of that, whereby you know that you can test your idea, make sure that it's feasible, and once it comes out of such ecosystem environment, then be able to build a financial model around that particular innovation, because at the end of the day, it has to be presented for scaling, right? One will need that particular funding. So in terms of South Africa needs to grow into that aspect, there's a lessons that we can learn from Stellenbosch. How then they managed to create all this venture capital, startup funding to be able to fund the ideas that are coming from the university to the market and to the world. So the universities of Johannesburg, Limpopo and everything must be able to do that. But unfortunately, we have a structural problem in South Africa. And if we have to take a University of Limpopo, for example, they've got different challenges that they have to address and overcome, which are far different from Stellenbosch University. So we need to identify those key universities that that if you've got an innovation, then you have to work with these particular universities and not make it a one size for all. That's what you need. And I think it's been done like that in the US, where you've got these key universities that that they fund innovation, they fund startups, and that's the way that it can be done. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thanks, Veronica. Before I move to the floor, just for the sake of time, I want to just ask our other panelists if they want to just add in terms of how do we build sustainable ecosystems. Just want to get your thoughts. Yeah. Would you want to go first? Doc, do you want to go? Or?
Sure. I just wanted to add, because we're talking about the universities, they can play a great role in those cities that are beyond the capitals. We have a project working with a platform called the G20 Platform for Localization of SDGs in Intermediary Cities. So this platform that works with the DWG of the G20, we have a project financed by Italy and Spain that looks at how food tech ecosystems are emerging in intermediary cities, so between 50,000 people and 1 million.
Yeah.
So the secondary cities is also another name for them. And we see that there is a higher specialization around food tech, because they connect the rural and the urban activities. So you have an opportunity to generate innovation in an area that has a huge spillover for food security and sustainability.
Yeah.
So in our early work on this, we work with case studies in Jordan, Egypt, Kenya, Argentina, and Brazil. We have seen the role that universities can play in those cities, intermediate cities, in building incubators and reaching out to local entrepreneurs. They're not, maybe they're not at the frontier of science, maybe they're not as sophisticated as what would happen in a very big hub, but they're super important. And these financing activities, they happen and they have a real impact, and they cooperate a lot. So maybe they don't have all the funds or all the talent, but they try to plug into the capital city universities or cross-border in order to make this happen. It can be quite interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, and one of the underutilized infrastructures in this country is TVET colleges.
Yeah.
And a lot of TVET colleges already have centers of entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
But they're under-resourced in terms of, from a human perspective. So you will find the right manager, but you won't find the right programs inside that actually move those communities forward. So they need to do a bit more collaboration with communities. I mean, in Joburg, for instance, Share the Codes partners with the University of Johannesburg's Joburg Business School. They've got a center of entrepreneurship in there. And one of the things that has come out of that is we've managed to help them gain far more exposure to the community of SMEs who get aware and awareness of what programs exist. And those channels don't just stop at a community level just in terms of accessing the programs, but they've become a real market access linkage channel. I mean, with one of the corporates through some of the programs that we've run, there's been like 200 to 300 million rand in trade transactions because those SMEs are linked to the programs in the university. So definitely works, but TVET colleges definitely need more exposure.
Okay, thanks, Lebo.
I think added to that, I mean, we've also had the opportunity of working with Stellenbosch University's Startup Launch Lab, which is really, really fantastic. And as a result of our ecosystem approach as the Startup Act movement, we've got just under 1,000 ecosystem players that have signed up to want to see this policy being in place. And I think we use that ecosystem approach to our, as our strength, really. And this particular year, we have done well in sort of going a step further by acting on this ecosystem approach. We also want the Startup Act to be inclusive, right? So at the beginning of the year, we went to the Ekasi Labs, where we also got to see firsthand what township tech innovative and often youth-led businesses, but also at the same time seasoned traditional businesses that want to evolve into this digital space but don't know how. A township-based B&B, you know, they want to tap into urban markets, you know. So it was really, really refreshing for our platform to get into those ecosystems where it's conversations not only about startup policy, but also bringing on board other role players that can strengthen those particular communities. Most recently in Youth Month, we went to Timolohong, and it's also refreshing there to speak to youth-led tech digital business owners who really see what we are doing here at in Pretoria and the union buildings and in Parliament as a facade. You know, we speak about all of this funding that is available and we want youth businesses to tap into it, but it doesn't trickle down to them even when they've got everything in their ducks in a row. They've got their books, they've got the business model, these are disruptive businesses, everything really ticks the box, but it's not trickling down to them. So this ecosystem model really makes it possible to get into other levels of the ecosystem where as an institution we wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. So we are making our efforts to go into various pockets of entrepreneurship ecosystems to drive this point of policies that reduce red tape, but also bringing on board ecosystem players like the JSE, like other community-led businesses that can give insights into various entrepreneurs.
Fantastic.
Can I just add to particularly what Lebo said, is that you can provide support. You need to ensure you're providing the right kind of support with the right kinds of people who've got the capability and the experience and the background to make it work. I think one of the things that we see is, to your point, they're the wrong types of people trying to provide support, and it's not through lack of trying, but it's often through lack of experience, lack of background, and I think that is, again, comes down to, are you able to provide your incubator or your support organization with the sufficient funding to be able to recruit and retain the right skill sets to be able to support the companies that they are working with?
Yeah, so that support is really, really key. I want to hand over to the audience just for their questions. How many minutes do we still have left?
Sorry, can you please make it two questions?
Two questions
only.
okay.
And to those that have questions, please keep your question as concise as possible. Can I just say, I'll give you that pressure to point out to the people that you want to take the questions to. I still have a program to run, so
The gentleman on the far right there, see he had his hand.
Far right, okay. To everyone, please note Ken's decision and not Nancy.
Sure. Morning, everyone. My name is Kabelo from Knox Mining and Logistics. Maybe you know, go ahead, okay. Yeah. My name is Kabelo from Knox Mining and Logistics. I just wanted to comment on some few things. I'll keep it brief. Yeah, how to build sustainable ecosystems. So I'm from a township called Soshanguve. I wanted to build a engineering hub that side. So what stood between me and excellence of Soshanguve, because of I'm in a mining space, was reactive processes and systems that are put in place by our government and also the municipalities. Because of a lot of lands in Soshanguve, they are rezoned in different things, but not business. And when you want to do business in Soshanguve or any other township, it becomes a serious problem for you to do business or for you to build a sustainable business in townships, because you have to wait for the municipality to issue out land through the tendering process. And you know how long it takes for the tendering process to get adjudicated, or the system itself in the tendering process, it's rotted. So sometimes you find that you need land for you to build an engineering hub. You have funds, but you end up not building what you want to build because of at the end of the day you don't get access to land. It's either you have to take the route of you leasing the land from the government, from the municipal for 5 to 10 years, of which that's not effective enough for you to build a sustainable business. And sometimes you want to build and employ young people from the communities, but you fail because of you can't have access to land. Hence, Kokasi, you always find businesses like Magwenya, Kawashi, because of those are informal businesses. But if you want to build something sustainable, you can't. You are failing all the time. You end up going back to it, urban areas where you get charged around 120K per month for warehouse, where else you could have built that business Kokasi and employ a lot of people. And one thing that I want to emphasize as well is that the processes and the systems that we find ourselves and in municipalities, they are failing us because of they're not giving us all the getting access to opportunities. Like Kokasi, there's no information hub where you can get information. I've went to this other community in Northwest. There's no internet that side. People have to climb trees for them to get access to internet. So that becomes a serious problem. You know, you find people not having access to basic stuff like ID. So how are we going to have business personnel who do not have IDs, who have to climb trees for them to get connectivity? So these are some of the things that we need to address, and we need to address from municipalities and also the national. Where no man, we are all struggling here. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One more question.
Yeah, I
or
think,
comment?
let's move far left, lady in the white there.
Lady in the white. Which white?
With
Okay,
the
there we go.
red, yeah.
Yeah. They're actually pink. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Yours is black. But her. Okay, she's seated. They've seated you, ma'am. So, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you so much. My name is Juliet Miabo. I'm from an organization called TEDCOSA. We focus on township economic development, and we deal with rural entrepreneurs as well. I just want to know, how do you deal with the lack of entrepreneurship amongst particularly young people? Because we find that there are a lot of them available unemployed, and we try and link them with our SMMEs for them to get experience. But there's always this thing where they're always looking for a job in an office. Yet that time, Umuntu no stand at 6, or was it N6? Sorry, what is it called? N6 to stand at 6. But so how are we going to get around that, especially in township and rural areas, because that is where the unemployment cases are.
Okay. Who wants to take that one? Yeah.
I think that's a relevant question and a good question. So when I left a big job in corporate to start my own business, and it was a taboo, you know. Immediately, everyone thought that I'm going to fail because we are not psyched to be entrepreneurs. At home, there are immediate needs to look after the family. You know, you have to go and work so that you can look after the family. But also, our education system has also taught us to be employees, not entrepreneurs. And there's no entrepreneurship at most of our schools, especially in the townships, and to a university level. So you are trained from young to become entrepreneurship. And on career days at Crash, we dress up our children to wear being engineer, a doctor, you know, all those things to work in the certain company. That's how we define success. So there's a mindset shift that needs to really happen to be able to say that entrepreneurship is a good thing. And how do you change a mindset? You change a mindset by having the right mentors and role models. You know, this can be role model to say that you can be the best entrepreneur, you can make money, you can be successful, you can be an impact. So because there's a lack of role models in entrepreneurship, and most of the successful businessmen and women, they had started, you know, it's through BEE, which they acquired stakes in big businesses, you know. So we don't have role models where they started a business from the scratch, they grow it to become a big enterprise. I'm involved with a company called Entiga, you know, consulting. They started from zero. They grew their companies to be, you know, a corporate. So if we can have such role models in our township, then there will be that mindset shift.
Fantastic. I just see there's so many more questions.
Sorry.
But yeah, I think we need to wrap up.
Yeah, I think there's just one more comment from Celebus.
Okay.
Sure.
I want to help the lady with a practical response in terms of what we are doing currently. So out in the UK in Yorkshire, we've got a program. It's called the John Cracknell Youth Enterprise Bank, and we fund young people between the ages of 13 all the way to 29, and we've funded about 3,000 of them so far. We give them anything from £100 all the way to £1,500. It's not to turn them into entrepreneurs. That's not the intention. It's to help them to have enterprising mindsets. And a lot of them, by the time they get to university, they have options. They can either get into corporate or start their own businesses, but they have the experience because they've been doing it throughout their high school. So what I would like to encourage you is maybe take a step back, look at some of the CETA programs that exist that could be fundable for the program that you're running, and start all the way back with your career days. Go all the way back to not even high school, primary school, and then build up from there. You need to build the capacity from the ground up, like she's saying. But that's one of the really practical ways. You can access career guidance related funds from the CETAs. They exist. Thank you.
Can I just respond to the comment that was made about the sort of the stifling policies in our local communities? And I think that's what at the Startup Act movement we're trying to do, is in the sense that there needs to be policy instruments that are in tune with sector challenges, right? So if we're speaking about high growth startups and businesses that rely on technology and creating all of those engine nodes in local communities, it's important for you to understand what those barriers in that particular sector are, other than having a one size fits all approach to policy making. And what we saw, we recently had made an exercise where we engaged with local economic development practitioners in municipalities, wanting to understand how we can integrate this concept of high growth startups into local economic development frameworks, in policies, et cetera, and we found that 79% of our LED practitioners don't know the role that high growth startups can have in increasing local economic growth in municipalities and provinces. So it's quite important for us when we develop policy instruments that we need to be in tune with the nuances in every single sector. And also even at the Planning Commission, we've just completed our advisory on SMME red tape reduction. And there we speak about the over-regulation that needs to be solved. You know, especially at local level, where you find that businesses have to adhere to national policies. When you go to provincial, if you want a liquor license or to start a food and beverage restaurant or whatever the case may be, you have to adhere to both national policies and what your provincial offices, as well as the municipal bylaws. So there's over-regulation that is unnecessary, that is creating red tape.
Fantastic. Wow, very insightful. I see there's still a lot of interest, but I think
Yeah,
because
let's
of
probably
time-
take them during the coffee break.
Definitely. Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
But look, I really appreciate the engagement. Our panelists, I just want to thank you for your really wonderful insights. I've made some notes here. You know, the theme was helping our entrepreneurs from humble beginnings to the global stage. And key points that I've noted here: streamlined government processes that can assist entrepreneurs and the broader ecosystem with access to some of these government services. So removing a lot of red tape, focused regulation. There was a use case around crowdfunding regulation. Also technical support is key in terms of building ecosystems, and then the role of universities, but also TVET colleges. I think in the South African context, that's quite key in terms of building these ecosystems. So those are just some of my notes. Again, I just want to thank, you know, our esteemed panel guests that came out today for your contribution, and also for the questions from the crowd. Well, looking at the response, hope that it was really useful in terms of conversation. But thank you so much, my colleagues, and to the rest of the audience, thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause one more time. I'm going to ask that our panelists just stand so that a picture can be taken. Just need to make sure that our photographer's here. Thank you, Dumi. They'll just take a picture. You can just put it down there. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first half of our plenary session. We're going to take a coffee break now. Can I ask that we make it 10 minutes? We spilled over, unfortunately, with our time, so I'm going to ask that we keep it to 10 minutes. The reason for that is that I want us to have a lot of time with the synergy mapping session that we're going to have. So as I was explaining, our co-chairs, leads, and secretariats had gone to have a closed session so that they can provide recommendations and align on recommendations. We're going to put these what they've had into this session, and we want as much feedback as possible from everyone based on the ones that were there yesterday with the task force breakouts, as well as even the ones that have joined us in day 2. So please be ready for those contributions, and thank you very much.
in South Africa, Ms. Jane Tole. Ma'am, thank you so much for being with us. Let's give her a round of applause. And she has been here over the 2 days, but I think we did not acknowledge her yesterday, so I'd like to kindly acknowledge our Director General in the small business, in the Ministry of Small Business Development, Ms. Thulisile Manzini. Ma'am, thank you so much for being with us. Let's give her a round of applause. As I've explained before we took our coffee break, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into our synergy mapping. And as you would have seen earlier on in the morning, we had asked the various task force chairs, the chairperson, the secretariat, the co-leads as well, to be in a closed session where they were conducting a synergy mapping session. Now, I'd like to just call upon our SU20 chair, Mr. Vuyani Jahana, again, just to provide an overview of the deliberations that took place at that closed session, and thereafter I'll invite our task force chairs then to provide that way forward. So let's please give our SU20 chair a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, for being considerate. So, the first time I had to do it myself, but I know it's not your job. But thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much. We are back into this session. We had a private conversation or a breakaway session with the task force chairs and the International Secretariat. The task at hand was, how do we synthesize the work that was done by the task forces, but also the work that you did yesterday from the various breakaway sessions? That synthesis is aimed at preparing us to start getting to a draft document. That draft document that is going to start giving us a segue into the recommendation or the recommendations document. So what we then were working on in that session is to look at every element of the work that's been done, the discussions yesterday, and making sure that we focus a lot on aspects that have universal applicability within the context of the North and Global South, because the world is not homogeneous. So that's what we're focusing on. So, and we did a good piece of work. We also agreed that the fact that there are 5 task forces does not necessarily mean that there will be 5 recommendations, because the task forces by design, they fit into each other. And the reason why we characterize the work, we split it in that fashion, was to first build enough granularity of insights so that you can lift those things that have a universal applicability or significance that can apply to more than just South Africa, so that you can actually be able to make the recommendations or have a chance to get that recommendation adopted. A country-specific recommendation may not be adopted by G20 because it doesn't need the other leaders. But I think the recommendations that are cross-cutting, very catalytic issues, have a fair chance of being adopted and to make the world better, especially with regards to startups and SMEs. So that's what we were doing. It's not an easy task, because every aspect that is being put on the table is very strong and it's very appropriate. Lastly, what I want then to say is that we worked on a funnel approach, start from challenges and opportunities, very broad issues that affect startups and entrepreneurs and SMEs. Then we synthesize, we reduce the funnel until we come up with those top propositions. For us, the work in the bottom of the pyramid, like in opening the funnel is very important, because not just are we looking for the G20 leaders to adopt, but we are looking to advance the challenges, or to improve the challenge of SMEs and startups in South Africa, in the continent. So the body of knowledge that is in the bigger part of the funnel is very appropriate to shape policy in South Africa, but also to propose ideas of intervention. So we want to continue to deal with that work. So even though you may hear we talk about that synthesis to universal significance and catalytic nature of this proposition, we still want to work and engage with people in the township, with different sectors, so that we can create the body of knowledge, the policy instrument that may well be South African focus, if you like, in the bottom of the pyramid. But the top of it is going to have to be universal, it's going to have to be catalytic. So the session now, we're going to hear from you, your thoughts about what you have seen, what you think is your own view of the synthesis. There is no right or wrong answer proposition, but you are depositing your ideas about combine this, combine that, and then we can come together. Even the task forces, there's huge overlap. It's deliberate, colleagues. Now we are synthesizing now to try and get to the top of the pyramid. So I think, Program Director, I wanted to just give context about what you are going to do today in this session. It's more about synthesis. It's more about getting your thoughts about you think this and this could be combined to actually come up with this proposition. We have to think more policy instrument than initiatives and ideas. That is more initiatives. We must think policy, because government has to create policies that are enabling. So then from there we can then propose initiatives. So it's very important contrast to keep in mind. So thanks very much, Program Director. Thank you. I suppose you want me to stay here, or then I go and sit? Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Before we call the task force chairs, we just thought it fit that we perhaps have a perspective as well from the SU20 International Secretariat. And so I'd like to call Sezen Gungo, who will assist us in providing that perspective. Let's give her a round of applause. Are you not providing an address? Could you provide opening remarks on this? Are you?
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was a panelist.
No.
Okay. Yes, that's okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and I see what Chair has been talking about. This is really difficult for short people. It's very nice to be here as part of International Secretariat, seeing this happening. This was a very interesting and dedicated journey, and I thank everyone that made it today and yesterday. Thank you for your dedication, for your commitment, and for your hard work. I would like to congratulate South African presidency, because in a very short time you managed to bring together all the relevant startup and MSME ecosystem together to work on difficulties that are pertaining to South Africa, but also are relevant in a global perspective. And this is not an easy task to do. We are here today to decide what will be our recommendations for the Leaders Summit, for something that we need to push for to make sure that we can bring a meaningful change, policies that can be employed by the respective G20 governments. So we are here to bring together a very concise paper, but in the same time, to reflect our experiences, to state what is needed on the ground, what people, this was some of the discussions we had in the closed session, what are the needs of specific communities, because they can be very important, and there are very good examples here in South Africa that we, as rest of G20 countries, and not only G20 countries, other countries can use in our own countries to bring the change. We had very detailed discussions in task forces with concrete action plans that may be very relevant for global startup ecosystem, global SME ecosystem, as reference documents. And I'm very glad for the commitment for developing a communique focusing on a few pressing issues that are relevant in all of the G20 countries that can improve the status in these communities and can be adapted by G20 leaders to be implemented as concrete policies. We're very happy to be here in Johannesburg. We are very happy to meet the MSME ecosystem and the startup ecosystem here, and we're looking forward to bring the perspective of African continent to G20 countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kungo, and thank you for those remarks. Without any further waste of time, I'd like to invite then the task force chairs in their various thematics. Ms. Vuyiswa Nzimande from Finance and Investments, Dr. Tobegani Lose from Foundation and Alliance, Ms. Mbali Noko from Inclusion and Sustainability, Mr. Loyiso Kira from Trade and Market Access, Ms. Xoliswa Daku from Township and Rural Entrepreneurship, and last but not least, I'd like to invite our chair as well to be part of the panel as well. Oh, sorry, I think I'm mistaken one person. I'd like to invite Ms. Cleola Kunene to be part of the panel. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to ask my colleagues as well just to help with, just to hold the mic to rove around. And we're going to present the recommendations that were discussed and deliberated at the closed session. If I can just have 1 minute to adjust myself. Oops. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the screen will appear shortly. It will load. So there were a number of recommendations across the task forces, and what we're trying to achieve then, based on these policy recommendations, we are assessing these recommendations based on universal relevance as well as importance. So yes, let them be relevant within our South African and continental context, but remember, with the SU20 and just all the 24s, we're looking at things from a global perspective. So when we have a look at these, if I can just fix that now. I'm not sure whether we can see it from the people at the back, but if you are able to move forward and want to see them, it would be greatly appreciated. Okay, I'm going to move it down.
No, I mean up, so you can see the headings. Yeah.
Like that, okay. So we're going to start. Obviously, this is as well please treat this as a continuation from the breakouts that were held yesterday. So based on everything that was discussed and based on the things that were put forward, it would be great. much appreciated that we look at things from the lens of, again, the international or the universal importance or relevance, as well as just the significance and impact of these policy recommendations, whether if we push these through or if we recommend these then to the G20, will they find global credence? So we will then take suggestions, recommendations by way of raised hands from the floor, and yeah, our runners then will be able to take your recommendations as well. Thank you very much. I'll just move it up slowly. And then I think while we are waiting for our colleagues to raise their hands and make their recommendations from the floor, if I may ask then from any of the task force chairs, just from the recommendations that were put here, what was the idea then in terms of agreeing that these from the recommendation had universal relevance, or how would you, in your view, define that universal relevance just for the benefit of the audience? I think Ms. Vuyiswa has raised her hands. If we can, I think there are a couple of mics there. Or is it, Ms. Dako, did you want to go? Okay, all right. We'll go with you, Ms. Nzimande, and then we'll go to Ms. Dako as well.
Good afternoon. I'd like to share that during the sessions, for us, as our chair had expressed, even though we do very much a bottom-up analysis, we take into account the local context, we then take into account the regional context, and then the international context. Practical example I can give in the finance and investment sector is that, you know, global tax incentives are not new. India has done it with their SIDBI, the UK has done it with BIS, etc. However, what hasn't been taken into account fully yet is the maximum impact that has for SMEs across the G20 countries. So that's the perspective that we take here, that there are learnings. It's a case study type analysis before we get to that universal perspective. So the question we asked ourselves in this session was, is there in any way, shape or form a learning that can be taken by the G20 countries from this recommendation? And if that's a yes, then it's globally relevant.
Thank you, Ms. Nzimande. Ms. Dako?
I think looking at South Africa on just the basis of the vision, we actually have coined it as solidarity and equality. So if you're looking at what is the message that we're trying to pass when it comes to township, is actually for the G20 countries to understand that they are underprivileged countries that require support with regards to startups and so on. So when we are looking at the policy framework, our main aim is then to ensure that those areas are recognized. There is a reform within G20 with regards to these areas, and ensure that the designated groups also within those areas are covered. So from our side, we've already picked up that we need to do more engagements, but I think those engagements, as much as they talk to South African issues, but there's a global need to really raise the world or the word around solidarity and equality within the low income areas, if I may put it that way. I think some of the members already, the United Nations and so on, are calling them underprivileged areas. Also defining them, because they are unique in South Africa in the sense that those are underprivileged areas that were caused by a special framework that was applicable before 1994. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dako. Do we have any hands from the floor? I see our gentleman over there, and I see a lady on the other side as well. So we'll take that, we'll take his comment, and then we'll move then over to you, ma'am.
Hello.
There we go.
Thank you. My name is Nzai, and I just want to find out, in considering everything, in terms of solidarity, I mean the theme, right? Already it's being contested. We know that, right? Because it smacks of DEI, which some members, prominent members, think that it's a swear word, right? So have we taken into consideration the fact that whatever we're doing here might actually be nullified based on some of the frictions that exist within the geopolitical world? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll just note those questions, and then we'll get to the answering. Then please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much. My name is Tembeli Ngai, representing Township Economy Commission of South Africa, also silently here as chairperson of Disabled Youth in the Eastern Cape. I wanted to just ask, 22 Sloan has become a convener of catalytic conversations on entrepreneurship, sustainability, and innovation across Africa. They've done tremendous work, and they committed, obviously, to enabling ecosystems, and that's been palpable. But what if it added another dimension to its secretariat, which is one that's centered on the political, personal, and service-based entrepreneurship of leaders and social movements, particularly those emerging from marginalized, disabled, and rural communities, such as the one that I come from? What if maybe Startup isn't building an app, but rather a generation of activist leaders who are, through lived wisdom and volunteerism, building a new economy of care? Is it possible for 22 Sloan to host dialogues about burnt-out leadership, accountability in passion-driven ecosystems? And what would the metrics of success for those models or ventures that don't aspire to IPOs look like, but that aspire instead to access community and radical inclusion? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And if I may, before we move to you, is it possible for us to funnel that question through the Inclusion and Sustainability Task Force instead of the Secretariat per se? I just want to check if that's fine by you.
I am on the Inclusion Task Force,
Okay.
so I'll channel it through my chairperson who's on the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I think, Ms. Noko, you've already got that, right? Thank you very much. We'll take one more question, and then we'll come back then to our task force chairs to respond to some of the questions and recommendations. Do we have anyone else?
Hi there, Yogi Nambia from Africa Forward. So I was interested in, from a process point of view, how do you assimilate or consolidate the voices of startups in the before and after of this process? So we're all sitting here, many of us are intermediaries. And I was wondering where the voice of the startups itself gets heard in terms of the policies that they believe affect them, and then how that is harmonized. Unfortunately, I heard about 25 startups and SMEs were not allowed in the room yesterday, and were told that it was full and weren't allowed to come in. That's problematic, because if we're not respecting the people whose voices we are purporting to carry in this room, that's problematic for all of us. And so I think it's something that we need to look at, like, what does inclusion really mean for us? And how are they being represented within this policy process? Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, I'll then leave it over then to our task force chairs to respond to the various recommendations and questions.
Thank you so much for that question. And it's something that we just discussed in our breakaway session, because I had an epiphany yesterday in our input sessions where I got to meet phenomenal women entrepreneurs, business owners, professionals in their own right, doing amazing things in their corners. And what I was saying to Chair is that these input sessions were critical because the feedback and the input that we got from the various individuals in the room actually helped shape our policy paper. So much so that when I went home, I thought to myself, I think we need a complete overhaul of our task force paper, because a simple comment made by, I think it was Glady from NYDA yesterday, she said she looked at our draft policy paper, typed in the word disability, and she wasn't happy with the results she was getting. Ms. Ngai was also there as well. And what I've started to see is that from these input sessions, a lot of the problems that we're presenting to the fore, some of us in these rooms have actually developed solutions for it. So I had said to my deputy chair yesterday to say, from our our bi-weekly meetings that we have as a task force, I am going to take the executive decision to rope in key members within our input session yesterday that had very valid points. So we have the autonomy or the privilege to bring in knowledge partners in our sessions. I know it was selected by the SU20 team, but I think over and above those selection is listening from various inputs. I think we can also rope in subject matter experts that we never thought of. And this is where your inputs are important, because one thing we did say, and I think a gentleman from WITS yesterday who was in the middle mentioned that, we're writing these policies, we're so good at writing policies, but where's the implementation? But also, where are the voices? So I can definitely say from what we've concluded this morning is to say, we need to bring other individuals like yourselves or just from institutions where each of these themes speak to what you're doing, and bring in your work. They might not be, the highlights and your achievements of your work can serve as case studies in drafting the policy paper, which then Chair guided us at the end of the day to say, a lot of these inputs might come off as initiatives. Let's not disregard the initiatives, but from these initiatives that you have adopted and deployed in your businesses, how do we then convert them into policies? So I just want to encourage you that your inputs are very valuable because we all are in different corners of South Africa doing phenomenal work, but it's through engagements that we're able to think differently and consolidate something. And as I close off from this, I implore the Department of Small Business, which is also a conclusion that we did this morning, is to say, yes, there's a lot of noise around G20. At the end of the day, we know what the goal is, but by the time it gets to the presidency level, certain priorities might take preference. They may be startup, but also with the incumbents from department, we implore them to also use these papers as policies so that they can implement it through the relevant agencies.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sako, I'm going to, okay, please go ahead.
I just wanted to talk about the geopolitical scenario before Chair comes in. You spoke about it when it comes to townships. I think it's quite clear that we're simulating now the data that has been collected so far. The Sherpa, actually Zen Dango, mentioned that there is a geopolitical conversation that was happening if you following the processes at Sun City, and our chair was there. So we're going towards simulation, and we will consider those matters and take them into consideration. But also we've got the international fraternity that is with us today, which is also helping us to interpret the right language that needs to be conversed with regards to the papers. Thanks.
All right. Ms. Dako, please hold, or did you want to say something, Chair? Okay, please, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I think that it's well said. I think on the issue about the global dynamics, geopolitics, and preferences for certain policy instrument, we have a choice to make as individuals, as entrepreneurs, as countries. You can choose to view the dichotomy or the tension point as as a sign of fissures happening in the global affairs. And that's still not a wrong perspective. But also you could also see that there are also forces that are applying to both the developed and the developing world that forces solidarity and alignment. I say this, I did say in the opening that if you look at urban and rural dynamics, cities are seeing high levels of immigration from rural to the urban environments, and cities are not coping with that. But at the same time, that forces them, that should force governments to actually make sure rural areas are a good place to live. They create jobs. People don't have to migrate to urban cities. Same applies with the developed and developing worlds. Migration is happening. Immigration is happening very fast. It's in the interest of both the rich countries and the poorer countries to make sure the poor countries are developed so that they don't have to contend with high levels of migration and immigration. So I think it's all in the timing. It's all how it is being articulated. Some leaders may see it narrowly in a selfish way, but others may see it as an unfolding phenomenon that is ultimately going to force everyone to work together to develop the whole world, both north and south. So I think that's how we see it from our side.
Thank you, Chair. I want to then maybe focus on the township and rural entrepreneurship recommendations. So, Ms. Daku, please just have your microphone on hand. So there are a number of recommendations that have been made. The first being the establishment of a rural startup funds with blended finance structures. Number 2, expand credit scoring innovations using alternative data. Number 3, the formalization and integration of stokvels and SOCOs into the financial systems and promote community investment funds. So those are CIFs. Number 4, policy inclusion and regulatory reform. And lastly, the scaling of localized entrepreneurial education and capacity building. Before we open up to the floor on those recommendations, Ms. Daku, maybe if you can just walk us through the rationale behind how you came then to these 5 recommendations, please.
Well, I think it's quite evident that we had about 5 groups, which is, but the critical thing, we had to look at the touching points when it comes to the townships. And as you've noted, firstly, we had to understand what are the gaps. And we still need some more engagement with regards to, especially on the issue of access to finance. So within ourselves, we actually looked at the priority areas, which is access to finance was one of them. We've spoken about the skills issues, the digital issues, but they do cut across other areas as well. So as much as we went through that process, grouped ourselves into task forces, but what we require today is more engagement from the floor with regards to these matters. But we have had, we are fortunate to have 2 members, one knowledge partner that participated in the process, and as well as also an international partner as well, to help us to identify these touching points in townships. But let me just state that having done that, but we also picked up when we had the session that the township economic leadership is actually looking at professionalization. They see what we're saying about access to finance and so on, but they feel that there is an economy that is lying out there which just requires professionalization. Why does it require such? It's because the criteria in South Africa requires a professional system, whereas in other countries it is not the same. So, but later on, and I want to raise this so that people when they comment, is then the final issue after we've had the chairperson's discussions this morning, to say what could be the touching point in township is the infrastructure and the ecosystem as a critical element that needs to be focused on. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daku. All right, so from what has been recommended within the township and rural task force, I just want to check with the floor whether there's any additions, any comments, any questions in particular, or even pushback that from the floor that is provided. I see a hand over there. And are there any other hands? I'll probably, I think we'll keep it to 3. I think there is, ma'am, I have noted your hand there at the back. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure if it's a pushback or a concern, but one of the biggest frustrations as someone coming from a small town is how the municipalities are failing us. I feel like there is a big gap or disalignment in terms of the policies that are being constructed here and spoken about and research being done in it. But then when it comes to implementation, especially where the municipality has a stake in it, it falls down to pieces. So I'm really actually asking that you also look at that aspect of how we can address and also hold municipalities accountable to make sure that programs are being effectively implemented, especially in rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thanks so much, Tulis. I mean, it's great. I mean, I like it and excited about that. And I think it's time for township now. Being in the township for 21 years, understanding how the township needs now. But there's something that I'm not sure is part of the policy that we have to look at. It's the cancer of the township, which is security. The extortion, protection fee that make it difficult for the township entrepreneur to run their business. It's an area that we have to look at it, because if you don't look at it, that is going to destroy every effort that we're trying to do, because the crime is like in a level beyond that. So I mean, I know it involves beyond the kind of the policy, but it's something that I've seen that it's really, it's something that it limits for the township development.
Thank you very much, sir. There was a lady at the back. I think she's wearing a purple coat. She had raised her hand. Can we please maybe take her feedback?
Thank you. This is a question in reference to the last speaker with regard to the township and creating professionalism. The obvious concern is that it is a different work environment versus urban areas. So when you talk about bringing in professionalism, how professional are you going to make it? And is that not going to create challenges with regard to buy-in from the township economists? Because you don't want to create another urban setup. So in terms of writing a policy, maybe there should be something that directly creates that particular environment in the policy to cater for a level of professionalism that is applicable for a township scenario.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Agro, I'll allow you then to respond to those three. So there's what was said around the extent of municipal involvement and that concern. Number two is around the crime and safety and how that can get actualized within the policy recommendations. And the third one, and you can nod if I've said it correctly, ma'am, it's just the extent of professionalism that can and should happen within the context of township and the interventions there. Thank you very much. Mr. Agro?
Just the first one, on municipalities, what is the exact?
The concern was that are they considered within the policy recommendations? Because I guess the concern is that on the ground, they're the ones that deal with the entrepreneurs, whether it's bylaws or any sort of interventions. Okay. So there's just concern around that. Please nod if I got that right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you've mentioned our recommendations, and one of them is actually on policy alignment. We do speak about municipalities. We do have a paper. We do hope that people got a copy of the paper that we've produced. Remember, we're summarizing what comes from the paper. As the chairperson has said, that it is a knowledge paper also for South Africa to address some of the challenges. So we have added the issue of municipality, of bylaws specifically into that from a policy alignment. But also I just want to mention that having done so, we are going to be also now looking very closely with the knowledge and international partners of other best practice. We spoke about Brazil and the favelas and so on. So we will be looking at best practice from that angle, so that whatever that we push forward is acceptable within the community. And then the second issue that was mentioned, yes, indeed, the issue of security. We definitely going to have to look into that. And as you were speaking, I'm looking, you saying township, I'm also saying even from a trade perspective for these startups, some of the challenges that are faced from an after perspective, and also to look at other countries on how they are dealing with gangsterism that leads to these security challenges. The last one we did mention under skills, we spoke about the scaling of what we call entrepreneurship knowledge within communities, and I think it cuts across. One of the biggest issues that were mentioned, that's why I'm saying that the township leaders were talking about it, that we need to engage more. But the key thing is, at what level do we start to ensure that people understand entrepreneurship? So it should start at lower levels of schooling. And if you look at our paper that focuses on skill, we were helped by Prof. Aya Nsula, he is here. Thank you very much as a knowledge partner. We are talking about high school level and so forth, and bearing in mind, it only happens mainly in South Africa in private schools, but when it comes to our township schools, our kids are not clear when it comes to entrepreneurship. So we're saying that there should be a strong resilience with regards to that. And as I'm saying, we will align with other countries. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daku. I just have a question to the floor. I see from the task force. You want to add? Okay, can you please just allow one of the task force leads within Township and Rural to also make a submission? But while we're going to Mr. Soni, I have a question to the floor. Just based on the recommendations that were put forward within Township and Rural Entrepreneurship, is there any way, or do you feel that these already have mechanisms in which they can be globally relevant, or are there particular aspects as well that maybe need to be inserted so that we can elevate them to a level of global relevance? But please keep that in mind. But please go ahead, Sanjay.
Thanks, Program Director. I just want to add on to the question around formalize. So in our draft document, we're dealing with this aspect around governance. And one of our recommendations is around tiered governance based on respective entities. So you can't compare a township-based business to a business operating in Sandton. So the notion we're putting in place is tiered governance, which in theory indicates there are certain minimums that businesses should comply with, and based on where you operate and size of your business, that may vary. So I just want to add that comment on as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. Then, based on the question that I had put forward around how can then these recommendations be made globally relevant, we're only going to take hands based on that recommendation. So if you want to add something else, may I ask that we park those then for lunch? But if you do have a specific response to that, please go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Lindy Webuteles. I work for a DFI. I think my question is more on the recommendations and wanting to know, because also to understand the meaning of formalization. Was the formalization concept contextualized based on making the process ready for all the stakeholders that participate or are supposed to participate in assisting startups and entrepreneurs? For example, did it look into what will be required or what will be formal or essential for financiers, for the revenue services, as well as, for example, UIF? Because I think what frustrates entrepreneurs more is when you enter each door, there's different requirements. So I just wanted to find out if the process looked at across the chain to make sure that it makes the life easy and also the ease of doing business. Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, I just want to make sure, though, that whatever is being said from this point on, because we need to close this task force and the questions there, that whatever is being asked here is around the global relevance matter. So can you please make sure that we make those submissions right now? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Inam Goma from Rothko Brand Partners. My question around the local impact, global relevance is the terminology that we're using. We're using township and rural entrepreneurship, which makes sense for us locally and in the sub-Saharan context, but it's not the terminology that's used globally. So if we're speaking to our partners in India, to our partners in Canada, the United States, are we actually using terminology that makes sense for them? So are we, the things and the issues we're speaking about, are we actually speaking about them in a global lens? I think we are very much locally focused and not looking at it from that bigger perspective. Just in terms of the terminology that we're using, I think it's very important that we communicate in the G20 language.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I believe, and I stand to be corrected, Ms. Dako, that that is actually part of the work in terms of ensuring that the terminology resonates across. And I think some of the recommendations do actually actualize that sort of work. So that's the response, Ms. Mkoma, then. I want to then move over to the other task force. Ms. Chifunyisa, can we then park? Okay. All right, thank you. Because I want to move then over to trade and market access, and that's then on you, Ms. Kunene, right? So while we're going to Ms. Chifunyisa B, could you please just assist her there? I just want to quickly read the recommendations from Trade and Market Access. The first one is the establishment of a centralized trade platform, establishing a passport framework, introducing legislated minimum procurement set-asides. Number 4 is to create a digital trade equity index, develop a startup readiness index, and lastly, the harmonization of digital trade integration. So before I come to Ms. Gunene, Mr. Chifunyisa, I'm just going to allow you that minute then.
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Pum Lee from the SA Startup Act, as well as the National Planning Commission. With regards to the township and rural community recommendations, I think the recommendation on innovating data scoring or credit scoring using innovative data methodologies is something that is really, really strong and that has global relevance. We know the issue with data with regards to township economies, but also informal markets in South Africa, where Stats SA themselves are finding it challenging to be able to identify credible ways in which to access data representing those communities. And Stats SA is also part of an international statistic council that measures how data is being collected. So the international relevance can play there. But I also am aware that the IFC have partnered with the National Credit Regulator to work on pilots in which credit scoring can be innovated and using alternative data sourcing for those credit scoring. So it definitely is high up on global alignment.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for that submission. Ms. Kunene, over to you in terms of the rationale for the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Cleola Kunene. I'm serving as Deputy Chair for Trade and Market Access. And I think context is very important. Global and regional trade is what we considered. And considering that this is StartUp20 G20 in South Africa, it is important that we looked at it not just from a global G20 perspective, but also regionally in terms of applicability and bringing our voice to our trade. Now, I'm going to tell a bit of a story, if you'll allow me, Program Director, just to contextualize when we look at centralization, which is the first part, right? Now imagine, and many of us here are either entrepreneurs or we've worked with entrepreneurs that have tried to expand into another region, into another country. There are, first and foremost, trade agreements, right? Let's take the US as a very baseline example that exists. For instance, we have AGOA. So the starting point is looking at the existing trade agreements within G20, right? And similarly within Africa. Secondly, then we look at it from a contextual perspective in terms of what has been implemented in terms of centralizing and easing trade for SMEs, right, in different countries. And they're phenomenal examples. India, for instance, I know have done that even within their own country. And imagine just going across the border, everything is sorted, etc. Now, the example I'm going to give is a very clear example of a South African country, a company that tried to expand into the US, a very known brand who has made amazing hair care products. To try to get from here, and this is not unique to South Africa, as we've proven in our case, that trying to get your product from here into another country requires so many layers, right? Let's talk about logistics, right? Getting your product here to the other country, then get it from port to a shelf or to a warehouse. Now, within that, the considerations is process, right? Tax, the considerations, even compliance. For instance, for this company specifically, even labeling, approval for their product to be in that country, right? Testing. Never mind the fact registration for them to do business there. Now, if you look at instances such as Saudi Arabia, India, Brazil, a lot of countries have done this centralization to a degree. However, what we are recommending is saying, let us look at centralization, obviously in a phased approach, because you can't do it all at once, where we take the burden from the entrepreneur, right, from the SME, and we place it on a system where the SME can then go and imagine today you can go through a process from a central platform to register, to understand what the requirements are, to get the specific information and be able to trade with a company in India with ease, right? Second to that is the passport. And what we've seen in terms of the trade passport, well, we call it now trade passport, which is a great recommendation that came from yesterday's session, is that even as a company, and we've seen this in terms of African trade, is that the verification of the company, whether it's the logistics company, the entrepreneur, the other company that you're trying to do business with, also is important. So for that solution to work, both are relevant. Now, I'll give you two examples in terms of where this has worked very well. First and foremost, I just gave the example in terms of India, where they, and I've gone now back and read a little bit more, but we've put in our paper a few examples. If you look at what they've done regionally, within their region, they have different rules, right, within what we would call provinces. Because they've centralized their trade solution, literally, not only can they ease trade, but a truck driver doesn't need to go through a process where they have to now go and pay taxes, where they have to register themselves again, and all of those instances. We're talking about ease, first and foremost. We're talking about reducing the cost and removing the burden. To introduce this as a policy is truly a vision. It's saying this works, we know that it works. So how do we amplify this and simplify this across G20 countries? It benefits everyone. And what it does mostly is ensures that smaller businesses now have the opportunity without a significant burden and cost that'll take them 3 years to enter new markets to be reduced significantly and to contribute to each economy through trade. The other part in terms of procurement. Now, we do understand that each country has their own policies around public procurement. And the reason why we want to look at increasing that percentage per country, right? If you look at public procurement, public governments or governments in general are the biggest procurers overall. And on average, they procure between 15 to 25%. We want to introduce a standardization of 30%. That will ensure inclusion of smaller business in public procurement. We've seen this, and somebody gave the example, for instance, of the US. We've seen this work very well in a huge market opportunity in the US, for instance, their arms. That's one of their biggest procurement spends, where they introduce a 30% increase of purchase from small businesses. And it significantly uplifted that industry, right? We've seen similarly, which actually aligns to what we would term rural and townships in our terminology in China, where they said, okay, procurement from rural areas, right? That increased not only the economy for those, improved the economies for those rural areas, but also increased their participation in the economy and significantly improved those areas. So inclusion is also in terms of public procurement. So it is very important that we look at both from a context, not just in terms of G20 or South Africa, but also regionally. This would benefit both. The last two, which are the indices that we recommended, those are measurement tools to help ensure that we not only keep track of these solutions, but that we start collecting the right type of data that basically tells us all the participation of SMEs in terms of trade. So the first two recommendations, the first three recommendations are for the policies, and the last two specifically are measurement mechanisms that we want to put in place. Thank you
so much, Ms. Kunene. So opening it up again to the floor, and I just also want to add stress the importance of whether we feel that these recommendations that have been presented do have global relevance as well, and if not, how can they then be elevated to that? So happy to take hands. I see the gentleman over there. We'll only take 3. I see you, sir. And I see I think he raised his hand first, right? Yeah, the gentleman with the yellow jersey. So we recognize you there. Or is it ma'am? I do apologize. But yes, we will go to you. So yes, that's the first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Becky, my events Twala. I'm the founder and the president of the Township Economic Commission SA. Yes, it's very critical and very important to have those sessions. But I'm just saying, let's just do the easy part. Let's start from the beginning or the grassroots. The township to township trade. Trading from Umlazi, trading with Guamash, with Soweto. So that people they start understanding this whole concept of, trade. But what is also important is that I don't see the Africa Continental Free Trade Area here in the room, but I think it's a platform that is critical that we have, that we need to start, looking at. Charity begins at home. Yes, we want to take this thing globally, but let's start village to village trade. From village to village, and then we take it to the regions and to the whole entire Africa. But as part of the Township Economic Commission, there's a lot of work that we've done on the ground. We're happy we're here as a knowledge partner to the Township Task Force, and we're happy that the township economy, it's now not ignored. It's now in the platform. We just want to say thank you very much for the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We gave the mic to her in error, but we will allow it. So it's going to be 2. Sir, I see you in the navy that side, and then it's the lady in yellow. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon. I just want to find out with regards to trade, have you catered for public liability? Because I know somebody who is a friend of mine who is doing trade in one of these countries. And last week, they lost about 7 containers. And in that country, there is no insurance in terms of public liability. So do you also cater for that? Because what she was also raising in one of the meetings is that there are countries where this public liability, they don't like it. So to me, that was a very a big setback in terms of being a small business and you are losing everything. Can you also look at that? Secondly, last thing that I want to ask, I'm not sure if it is covered here. I am an entrepreneur, a small business. It's very difficult to do business here in South Africa as a startup. I'm talking about SARS. There is SARS on your case. I'm talking about, like, I'm in panel beating, I'm in automotive. For you to be in terms of compliance, because compliance is very, very important. You can't say you are doing business if you are not compliant. All these RMIs that we have to pay, it's very expensive. If maybe I've got a problem, so it means I have to close shop. So all these things, I'm also in construction. You've got all these annual fees and all these things. So it's very difficult. I think what we can also help us, try and relax these things and decrease it's very expensive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ntame, could you please, yeah, there's a gentleman there. Yeah, short and sharp, sir. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siamtanda Johns. I run Music Capital Media, a broadcast media company in George in the Western Cape. I want to make a recommendation on establishing centralized trade platform. My recommendation is this. Already, Minister Pakstau, under the DTIC, is already working on that, but that is on the South African context. What needs to be done from a South African context is for us to collaborate with our global partners in order to have that as a centralized and a global platform. Already 500 entrepreneurs or businesses have already been loaded on that platform. I'm not sure if there's any here. Well done to you, but we need to have that collaborated with our global partners that are here. And then secondly, there's also private institutions and private companies which are from international companies such as the BNI. The BNI already, it's a membership platform, right? They already have a platform within their platform that enables their members to be able to trade within South Africa, within India, within Thailand, within Brazil, etc. So again, the recommendation is, as much as we are looking at this from the government perspective, we also need to consider collaborating with these stakeholders in order to be able to create something that is solid, because already there are partners who are working towards that. And sorry to go back, I know we are under time, but on the rural, township and rural, the ESD part, I really would like to emphasize the enterprise development programs. We need to be able to prioritize that, or rather list that according to priority, because without the necessary education within our townships, township entrepreneurs, as brilliant as they are, they really, really struggle without the necessary tools to enable them and equip them to be the successful entrepreneurs that they need to be. So my emphasis on the rural part, we really need to consider prioritizing that ESD part over everything else that is listed on that screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And then one last one, the lady in the yellow jersey at the back.
Hi, my name is Happiness. I think I just have one short recommendation since we're talking about global trade and market access. For me, it's much of the trade conversations seem to focus a lot on product-based businesses, and some of South Africa's most successful businesses are service-based. So I feel like service-based businesses like mine face an invisible barrier. We're not considered export-ready, even though we already work across borders, delivering real economic change digitally. So I think if we try also to introduce policies that include service-based businesses without focusing about 90% of the language and the time on product-based businesses. So we need a policy that reflects the realities of service entrepreneurs, including digital procurement, access to startup certifications, creative and IP-driven services as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Happiness. Ms. Gunene, okay, just to break them down. So
No, I've got it.
You have got all of them?
I've got
Okay,
it.
please go ahead.
I think I'll start with the gentleman. One of the points that he mentioned was around the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. That is something that we've considered and included. I want to mention that we looked at it globally and regionally. So absolutely. In terms of public liability, as the lady asked the question, I think this is precisely why it is important that we have this information centralized, because the burden currently for an entrepreneur, the burden is currently on the entrepreneur to understand what is happening in a country they're going into. It is onerous, and everything around compliance, rules, processes creates so much burden and challenges. We actually have had instances where South African companies, and not just South African companies, because again, as I said, there are examples of this across other countries within G20, where someone's products would sit at port. And the lady who mentioned in terms of services, absolutely, services are included as well. And it's in fact one of the points that were discussed yesterday. If you look at it, it's applicable to both products and services, because if you look at IP protection, data, just in terms of so many aspects, all of that needs to be considered. However, again, a phased approach is necessary. If we look at the learnings, the gentleman mentioned that, in terms of collaboration, we actually, the starting point is looking at what is there. That's where we looked at it. It is not reinventing the wheel, it is consolidation and saying ease. So how do we consolidate and make it easier in a centralized manner to ensure that all entrepreneurs, whether they are rural, whether they are township, whether they are tech, that everyone has an opportunity to participate in trade in a fair and equitable manner.
Thank you, Ms. Kunene. I'll just briefly then move over to finance and investment. So, Ms. Nzamande, that's over to you. So if we can just grab hold of the mic. So there are 3 recommendations from Finance and Investment: Global Tax Incentive Framework. Number 2, Tokenized Assets and Community-Based Finance for SME and Rural Development. And the last one is an International Startup Economy Fund. So, Ms. Nzamande, please just quickly, if you can provide that overview and the rationale. Thank you.
In 1 minute?
Yes.
I won't repeat what I said yesterday, but the essential key theme and lever that we're trying to drive here is reducing risk aversion. Because throughout all these recommendations, they have the same thinking behind them. Investors do not want to deploy into risky investments. That's as simple as that. However, the capital that has already been given out, whether it's by DFIs or public institutions, hasn't always necessarily gotten good returns. And that's a truth that we needed to face when we looked at this task force. So there's 2 ways to skin the cat when it comes to access to finance. One would be to open the pool, which then that's where the global tax incentive comes from. Secondly would be to try and de-risk. That's why we had recommended a way to try and collateralize some of the assets that in the past were not necessarily considered collateral through the township and rural economy recommendation. And lastly, it would be to try and meet the investors halfway by improving the readiness of the investments. So those are the key themes.
Thank you, Ms. Nzamande. I'll take 3. No, actually, let's make it 2. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make it 2, and let's make them as concise as we possibly can. But please keep in mind, the question is around global relevance as well. So thank you very much. I think I did see a raised hand. Let's please give him the mic. I don't know if there's another hand. Okay, I think it seems like there's a concentration in terms of the hands there, so we'll keep it to those 2. Sir, please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zizo Mapeta from TRG. I just have a question. I realize that the biggest problem we have in the G20 situation is that we have to take everybody in the rural areas and townships and small businesses and put them in a global forefront. And how can you guys help us make everybody here get into the front line of the global market forefront? Because if we can solve that problem, we can create a new economy. So I just wanted to know, how can you guys play that role and helping this guy here who spoke about an app he's building, how can we create our own Alibaba platform so that all small businesses can actually thrive? Because that's where the economy is.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's please move over then to the next question.
Thank you. This is Bernadette Boulay. I've had the privilege of doing business across some African countries, and I think this is more for finance as well as trade. One of the frustrations for small businesses is going into a country, making money, but not being able to take it out, because finance or banks are not able to come to the party in terms of reducing that risk. You'll be able to have that profit, but to take it out, you'd either have to swipe your card like every day to reach that 5,000 Rand limit so that you can get your 50,000 Rand at a set time, or be able to write letters to the bank to be able to transact big amounts. So I think in terms of the recommendations, it's quite important. It's nice to give small businesses access to markets, but those risks are not really highlighted up front. And it's important because, you know, you spend finances to go into a market, establish clientele, and then have the risk of not being able to take out those funds as quickly as you wanted. Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm not sure, Ms. Nzabanda, if you want to respond to that one, but the gentleman that raised a question around platform and elevating SMEs, I'd like to believe that we have sufficiently covered that in the various recommendations, and I think within trade and markets, that was covered. So yes, the answer is yes. There is a platform that does seek to do what you have asked at a global level as well. And to, ma'am, your question around getting the money out that you've poured into that particular country, I'm not sure whether, Mr. Manda, that falls within your perspective, but I think it does sound more like Ms. Kunene. So maybe we can give you that minute, Ms. Kunene, just to respond to that.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think it's a very fair remark. And let's kind of split it up into two aspects. One is policy, and two is then implementation and process. What goes into process, what goes into implementation, and rules of engagement. Exchange controls are very tricky across different countries, but certainly in terms of process, as we have trade, what is the role of the banking association, the banking ecosystem, not just in terms of what you mentioned in terms of cost, but also in terms of getting your money out, but also even cross-border payments and it being so expensive and takes so long. So in terms of process, yes, that is where we will then outline these challenges in terms of rules of engagement to ensure that it actually starts working as well.
Thank you very much. I'll move speedily along to Foundation and Alliance. And Dr. Losse, if it's fine with you, I won't allow you initial remarks. We'll just throw it to the audience, and then you can respond to that. So from Foundation and Alliance, there are a number of recommendations. The first one is the establishment of the Global Startup Network as a multilateral platform for cross-border startup connectivity. The second one is digital infrastructure equity through regional gateway nodes. Number 3 is the implementation of fair market access and digital competition framework. Number 4 is the promotion of a digital capacity development and startup-centric procurement. Number 5, design and implement early-stage investment incentives to catalyze risk capital. Number 6, the creation of startup compliance relief frameworks to reduce administrative areas. Number 7, the creation of public procurement on-ramps for startups. Number 8, champion the adoption of startup acts across G20 member states. Number 9, the establishment of a global competency-based education framework. Number 10, the experiential learning environments. And number 11, public-private ecosystems. So from maybe specifically to the people that were in the breakouts for Foundation and Alliance and heard some of these recommendations, and to the ones that are, I guess, seeing them for the first time and come from various breakouts, I just want to check whether there is a particular view on these recommendations, whether there's something missing from a global relevance or importance, or whether we feel that these do have breadth in terms of their local context as well as their international relevance. So we'll take those questions if there are any. Or comments. None as well is fine as well. Yes. There's a hand in the second row. No, the mic is coming to you, ma'am, don't worry. Are there any other hands? Okay, great. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Basha Nashorowska. I'm an entrepreneur that is a bit retired, but at this moment I'm running, I call it Citizen Intervention in Robotics, a competition for students and high school learners, and teaching them how to build a robot for Mars, which is rover for Mars, prototype, etc., etc. I just wanted to point out here that in that education for entrepreneurs, and how does this link with my past, is that I would like to contribute to this, obviously not now, but that education is actually very fundamental. I have been a mentor in Innovation Hub, etc., and some other competitions for startups and so on. The thing is that we have this one idea in Africa in general, but it's not only in South Africa, that maybe someone must give us some money to start a business. And I'm trying to introduce this idea that you can actually start the business and find a client first and do something for the client, and then the money comes. And this competition that I have started last year shows exactly the same. There are no prizes. It runs for 5-6 months, and everybody wants to win. But they're not winning money, they're not just winning titles. And they're producing something that you can see, that no one ever produced in Africa a rover for Mars, and so on and so on. So there are ways to introduce entrepreneurship, not maybe continuously starting from the pond, but I don't have the money. So I would love to contribute, whoever takes me.
Thank you very much. Well, either Dr. Losse or whoever would take her. But please go ahead, Dr. Losse.
Yeah, thanks, Program Director. I think, yes, I think it's clear that we do need entrepreneurship education. Yeah. So I think my team has put a comprehensive suggestion. And of course, as Chair indicated, that 90% might be have a South African length, and then perhaps later on, maybe we need to take 10% to the global stage. But it doesn't mean that the suggestions that have been put here cannot be implemented at the South African level. For instance, I would take one like universities. They're very autonomous, so they can start implementing some of the policies that are being suggested here in terms of entrepreneurship education. And of course, as we alluded earlier yesterday, that we already know what needs to be done, already have some policy in place, but it's the will of that implementation of the policies. And hopefully, we do have some number of knowledge partners that we've been working with, and then also those, when it comes to higher learning, can set an example, you know, whereby it's infusing and, you know, policy when it comes to student entrepreneurship, and of course, starting from council level down to the management of the universities. Of course, we have checked that approximately about 80% of the duplication in terms of prior G20 commitment, we have picked up that. So hence I'm saying it's not really something new. However, it's a continuous engagement. And then that doesn't stop us from actually learning from one another. And of course, you stress the issue of digital transformation, which is it cut across. Is the language that we all speak, and whether you're in township or rural areas, of course, there's infrastructure that needs it to be, you know, be in place so that people can be actually implement those. So in a nutshell, yeah, I think ours were very comprehensive, so we tried to cover everyone. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lose. And then moving lastly then to inclusion and sustainability through you, Ms. Noko. So the first recommendation is catalyzing green finance for MSMEs and marginalized enterprises. Number 2, the promotion of responsible investment through ESG integration. And lastly, the digital public infrastructure for sustainable and inclusive service delivery and green and inclusive fiscal incentives. Ms. Noka, I'll give you about 30 seconds maybe just to provide an overview of these recommendations, and then we can open it up to the floor.
Yeah, from our session yesterday, we picked up that, of course, as a task force, we decided to focus more on financing because every entrepreneur needs money. Most importantly, we also saw that from the Inclusion and Sustainability Task Force, a lot of green businesses came forth. But what are green businesses in the South African context? You know, there's a person also in the room that mentioned that, you know, she works with many females, female entrepreneurs in rural community, and you find that they are green businesses. But how do we then articulate what they're doing in a South African context, but in a global context, you know? Yeah. So for us, like I said, we started to see that, okay, maybe our task force paper needs a complete overhaul, but also over and above just, I mean, we had 8 recommendations, we sieved them down to 3, but also what we identified in our input session yesterday is that the sustainability, inclusion and sustainability task force is actually a thread amongst all the key themes here. Because you might find, yes, we have a focus on women, we have a focus on youth, persons living with a disability, but inclusion also includes LGBTQI community, you know? And when you look at all those 4 pillars, as well, yeah, I think I mentioned youth, but when you look at all those 4 pillars, everyone still has an issue around trade investment. It could be women-owned businesses in townships and rural areas. So yes, our 3 core pillars was mostly around investment, but also, you know, the global context has this thing of green, sustainability, biodiversity, ecological businesses, etc. As much as that is there, how do we make it relatable to someone in a rural community that can understand what this policy draft means to her or him, and how does it speak to their business? So I also want to add this point to everyone in the room that these policy papers are working, living documents. You know, they're not fixed, they're not cast to stone. And as economies evolve as well, businesses evolve. So for us as a team is to say, okay, as much as all these key themes are critical, how can we consolidate our recommendation to cut across these key themes? Because these key themes speak to the businesses that we are trying to include in the ecosystem. The last part, I think, as I just also was having my own thought processes, is that it's StartUp20. Part of sustainability is succession planning. Not one person in that input room thought about succession planning. I would have loved to hear some inputs in terms of what are you building businesses for? Okay.
All right. And also, someone mentioned, I know Sanjay, sorry, but you mentioned that, yes, we cannot compare a business in a township as opposed to a business in Sandton. But isn't Sandton head offices of most big businesses? Where are the minds based? They're based in rural areas. So I also think as much as we're thinking about these policy documents, we must really change our thinking, because your township business is a big business. You know, take Ikebulete, for example. It's a woman-owned business. You know, I need to think of, also our task force needs to think of, how do we include businesses like that woman who's in townships, who's in rural areas, but she's a global business as well.
She could be a person of living with a disability as well. So again, it cuts across all these themes. I mean, we have Sisnai there in the audience. And part of the other challenge is, how do we think of investments for people living with a disability? You know, how do we think of investments for young people who come into this economy without security, without assets, first generation entrepreneurs? And also I think part of sustainability, which we need to look into, and maybe I'd love to hear the inputs, is, are we building sustainable businesses that when you, God forbid, get hit by a bus tomorrow, you know, your CFO or your second in charge or your executive assistants can run with that. But yeah, I think succession planning is something that we need to consider at startup level, so that you don't get to a specific level in your business where now you have to decompose all of your systems and structures because you didn't think about tomorrow or the years ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Can we please move the mic? I know, Ms. Kunene, you have something to say, but can we please take hands, only two hands. I just want to see, we haven't really taken any questions in the center, so to the gentleman in the, I recognize you, sir. Yeah, so we'll have it there. And ma'am, I'm gonna ask that because we did take you earlier on, that we take people that haven't had a view, not in this platform yet, but yes, if through you, please, is it possible? Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, we're gonna take your hand as well. So we've got the gentleman and the ma'am, but before them, Ms. Gonen, I know you wanted to say something.
So I think it's more a question and a positioning around ESG specifically. Obviously, from an ESG and sustainability perspective, it's very important globally, but it's very important for us from a startup perspective to consider that actually from a supply chain participation perspective, it's a threat. Can we, even if we look at it just a average business right now, comply, right? And do we understand what's required to comply to ESG supply chain standards? A simple example is VW and what's coming down the line for VW, right? If you are a supplier to VW or etc., what's going to happen to you as a small business? Medium to large enterprises can comply, right, because they understand what it's required from an educational perspective and also from a reporting perspective. It is very important, if we're going to talk about education and inclusion, for us to actually understand the impact of ESG and understand that if we don't know from a startup perspective and actually make the call and drive for inclusion in these changes, that we will be left out of these supply chains. So I just wanted to make that point, that I think it is critical, ESG is critical in our thinking and what we position in terms of policy.
Thank you, Ms. Kanene. Let's then go over to you, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Laro Natsikwe. I'm from the Free State, Bloemfontein, and I'm under Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubation Space for TVET colleges. I wanted to maybe put this forward, like what China did was they chose a commodity which was steel, and they worked on it collectively over the years, and they led the world in that area. So if we are gonna maybe try and harmonize the different categories that we are focusing on, we need to have a collective vision which we can articulate, especially to SMMEs. Because if you're dealing with small businesses and you're trying to get funding for this one, you're trying to get marketing material or market access for this one, it becomes sort of individualistic, and they work in silos because they don't recognize the power of collective movement. So I would say that we need to have a collective vision that we all share, and we are able to articulate practically this vision to SMMEs, or through also the different task forces, so that even when we move from a township or from a rural area, you are able to understand, if you support this business, what's the the follow through 5 years later for yourself, and you are able to see that vision. So we need to have one collective vision, and that will assist us to synergize these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for that submission, sir. Thank you. And then to the lady with the gray hat.
Yeah. Good day, colleagues. My name is Prudence from LM Foundation. Thank you, Mbadi, for taking it as is. At LM Foundation, we're about enhancing inclusive sustainability. We are the sustainability hubs. So on the getting to the succession planning, so this is the plan for the sustainability hub, and we have already started implementing it. When we, as now we are introducing just transitioning to startups, the why, we need to make sure that we don't shift them from the core why of the business, even if, because sometimes you get in business and then, but the business does not exactly do or fulfill the why, but somehow it connects along the way. So we are not trying to say to people, you have to do different things. Since you are in marketing now, you have to get into sustainability. No, implement sustainability in marketing. So at the Sustainability Hub, we operate on a 3-pillar model culture. So to stick to the why, there's wellness, where we make sure, and we work with professionals, we make sure that people don't shift from the why so that we can map them and building the ecosystem within the communities. Going forward with the succession plan, so the system and process that we use to identify and develop people to fill in positions and stuff, we focus on unemployed, qualified graduates from Africa. So we say, if you are running a poultry business, we'll say that you don't have the skill sets, maybe legalities, if you want to expand, a person that will do your administrations, they are unemployed graduates. So we are collecting a database of unemployed graduates within our country, so that, because we know that everyone wants to see change. So if we get everyone into the same building or a same system that is run, we don't want the government to be at the forefront of the sustainability hub, because then it'll bring in their comfortable employees so that they will selling it equal to our people, and we are doing so well with private sector. It'll just be a public-private partnership, but we do have the system that links everyone into successful just transition.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Did you want to, maybe I just want Ms. Noko just to opine first, Ms. Dako, and then we'll come to you, and then Chair, you'll come in and close. Yeah. Yeah, please go ahead, Ms. Noko.
Another key thing, which, like I said, we had about 8 recommendations, and we just channeled them or funneled them into 3. Another big key thing that came out, and I'm not picking it up in our conversations, is as all the task forces, we're bringing all these recommendations based on what? Where's the data? So, it's part of our job as inclusion and sustainability is to say, make recommendations based on data. That was heavily brought up yesterday, especially from people that were from an institution or education background, to say the recommendations that we're making here as all task force members, what is it based on? Where's the data? How much are entrepreneurs contributing to the economy? And we can filter it down. So I think also something that we need to think about is South Africa recording startups, their growth, their tenure within businesses, etc. And then with regards to what our co-chair mentioned from the trade and investment spaces, the comment that you made around ESG, what we also picked up yesterday is, yes, we are creating a policy paper that will speak to the global or international audience, but at the same time, the challenge is it needs to be relatable in the South African context. And how you remain unique is bring that South African flair. So if you're a startup, you're not thinking about ESG. Quite frankly, you don't even know what ESG means. You're seeing an opportunity, you want a client, you want to invoice, make money, provide that product or service, and send it back. So another thing is, maybe could we look at we spoke about comprehension and jargon and the use of language from a global versus South African context. Are South African startups interested in ESGs? At what level even? You know, so yes, in our policy recommendation, we mentioned that we must look at ESG toolkits, etc. But then bringing an ESG toolkit to someone that wants access to markets, you know, we need to segment or clarify these priorities. And it's also important, I say this in many of my spaces, that do not get caught up in the jargon.
Yeah, thank you.
Because that will deter you.
Thanks, Ms. Noko. I just want to quickly, Mr. Aku, I know you wanted to have a, or are you?
No, it's just one point.
Okay,
I
please.
think it hasn't been mentioned. Probably it's my passion. De-risking, you know, it's not a topic that is coming across very strongly from our conversation. I'm going to talk also being an entrepreneur. We're speaking about de-risking townships through integration, okay, and so forth. But there's a big element in the room which probably relates even to geopolitical issues that we're faced with on tariffs at the moment. What guarantee products are we producing globally to de-risk startup entrepreneurs? Thanks.
Okay, let's close. Thank you very much, Ms. Taku. I'll just allow our chairperson to close our session.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Thanks. I think if we can give the room an applause. I think Deputy Minister and the DG and the DDG, this debate that has happened here actually validates the thesis of the StartUp20 South Africa around institutionalization and scaling the engagement group beyond just our presidency, creating an institutional capacity, because a lot of the debates that are happening here are the debates that are hot, high energy, but a lot of it, they deal with our own issues as South Africans, which is important. So this is a good platform, even though we want to drive internationalization. So I just want to call out a few things. Give me 2 minutes, Program Director. I'm going to call out a few things that emerge out of the debate, because I think we are in detail as South Africans, solving our issues. There's nothing wrong with that. This is the platform for that, but we have to chunk up. So I have a few points to just call out as to give comfort to the International Secretariat that we can chunk up as this group, and we will chunk up as we develop the paper. We are not going to solve it for the locals only. So what is coming through on digitization, for example, you could sum it up and say, as a recommendation, create a global fund for digital inclusion, focusing on communities and enterprises operating in rural and underprivileged areas. That's a call you can make for global leaders to make, and it will take care of all of the other issues that are the initiative underpinning this. The second thing we can also talk about on infrastructure, scale infrastructure investment to make businesses operating in rural areas and underprivileged areas more accessible. I'm using township as a proxy for underprivileged, so that we can actually globalize this. So already the details we're working on in infrastructure, you can lift them up to be more universal at that level. Adopt virtual special economic zones for all small businesses and startups owned by people with disabilities, offering tax relief and other incentives. All of a sudden, regardless of where you are, it's virtual. Across the country, you are, as long as you are registered. Somebody spoke about SME certificates, startup certificates. If you are in there, you are in a special zone, you get the category. So we could push for this, because as one aspect, but it's all built from what has come through on different papers, but at an aggregate level. Create a global technical assistance fund to support startups and small businesses and addressing underlying risk for funding of small businesses, thus unlocking private sector capital flows into startups and small businesses. So we talk about de-risking, but you'll see that countries like Germany, GIZ, they do this technical assistance, but it's very specific, it's a specific path and so on. But why can't we copy that and create a global fund that is going to actually make sure that the technical assistance covers even our own DFIs who are lending to de-risk? You spoke about de-risking. So I'm not going to call all of them. I'm just highlighting that out of the work that's here, when you do the synthesis, you can pick up what the major, the hero, the big idea is. But then we support it with the work that has happened. We talk about common market access. You could couch it this way, create a global common market for startups and small businesses to facilitate ease of trade among startups and small businesses. The common market could be facilitated by digital, by platform, but a policy instrument that says common market is created across boundaries. So whether you are in France or here, you are in the common market. Therefore, if it's a zero tariff thing or the barriers to entry, you can create that. So these are kind of recommendations that could be lifted from the work we've done. I'm just doing these things to demonstrate that a lot of work has been done from which you can build clear catalytic cross-cutting recommendations for our leaders in G20. So good work is being done, but locally we have to deal with our own issues. These debates are super important. The granularity of townships, succession, those are not, they are important globally, but we can't ask global leaders to make pronouncement that we have to do it ourselves here in South Africa. But Chair, I'm just demonstrating that good work is being done out of this so that the international colleagues have a feel that you can lift a few big ticket items that could be recommendations ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll allow our task force chairs then to leave the floor, and let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of our plenary program, so we're about to go and break into lunch. But before all of that, I think it's important just to path first, before we path the way road ahead, we need to then reflect. And I'd like to then call our Deputy Minister, Ms. Jane Stolle, to provide those remarks, and then we will close for our lunch. Let's give her a round of applause.
Yeah, good afternoon. Mine is a vehicle that's taking you to lunch. Isn't it nice? Yes. Thank you so much. I think being here listening to the work that has been done really does ignite hope for the future. StartUp20 Chairperson, Mr. Vuyani Jarana, members of the StartUp20 International Board, chairs and deputy chairs, and the task forces, members of the StartUp20 ecosystem partners, the DG of our department, senior government officials, entrepreneurs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We hope all of you present here today, particularly our international delegates, will leave with lasting memories and new partnerships that will carry our shared vision forward. As we reflect on the journey so far, we acknowledge the progress made, the lessons learned, and the partnerships forged. These reflections are not just about looking back. They are about drawing strength and clarity for the path that lies ahead. The chairperson of StartUp20, Mr. Jarana, provided us with a clear overview of the StartUp20 engagement group and its integral role within South Africa's G20 presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt that the road ahead calls for bold action, deeper collaboration, and unwavering commitment to our shared vision. It is paved with both challenges and opportunities, and it demands that we move forward with purpose and inclusivity. South Africa assumes the G20 presidency in 2025, and it is within this broader vision that we anchor the work of StartUp20, and more specifically, our shared commitment to building the StartUp20 legacy. Because building a legacy means that what we create today must endure beyond today. It must be bold enough to inspire, yet grounded enough to deliver real results. In her opening yesterday, Minister Ndabeni charted a decisive course for the road ahead, one that demands collective commitment and swift implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, inclusion is not just a gesture. It is an economic imperative. If we do not unlock the full potential of women, youth, and rural entrepreneurs and marginalized innovators, we are leaving value on the table. We must elevate models that include the informal economy, support indigenous innovation, and remove the regulatory burdens that stifles micro and small businesses, as many of you has already alluded to this fact. StartUp20 exists because all of us sitting here, we believe in the power of ideas to change the world. But innovation is not only about technology, it is also about mindsets, systems, and solutions. Whether it's climate resilient agriculture, fintech for financial inclusion, or township manufacturing, we must support startups that solve real problems for real people. Growth without sustainability is a short-lived success. We need to build startups that thrive, not just in markets, but in our communities. Startups are not just businesses, they are vehicles for transformation. In conclusion, Program Director, and all of you, this gathering is not just for us to admire the idea of change, but to advance it. Let this gathering of StartUp20 be remembered as a moment when we moved beyond declarations and built a legacy for real inclusion, bold innovation, and shared prosperity. Let us leave behind a StartUp20 legacy that stands the test of time. Let us carry forward the momentum inspired by what we've achieved and driven by what still needs to be done. I thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful close, Deputy Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, our plenary session over the 2 days is officially closed. Thank you so much, firstly, for your patience, and thank you for all your contributions. I trust that after the break, the lunch, you'll be able then to go into your respective breakout sessions and contribute there meaningfully. Lunch then will be served. The breakout sessions in terms of the rooms are still as is from yesterday. If you are not sure where you need to go, please then just follow the signage, but equally so you can speak to the secretariat or the rest of the team then that are part of SU20 just to assist you. Thank you very much, and all the best with the breakouts. Thank you. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. One last announcement. After the breakout sessions, because they will run up until 4 p.m., you are requested to make your way back to the plenary just for one last address, just to close out our day. Please don't forget, at 4 p.m., we make our way to the breakout sessions. Thank you very much. We make our way to the plenary. Apologies.